Chapter 211. Chi-Yu's eyes were still open. He held Ryue in his arms. His heart was very, very calm, and he maintained a motionless posture. For the entire night he quietly looked ahead, feeling the warmth from Ryue's body. In Chi-Yu's arms, Ryue also did not sleep for the entire night. At the same time, she did not say a word. The pain in her heart was no less than Chi-Yu's. At this moment, Chi-Yu was like a little boy who had suffered a huge blow. His body and mind were greatly injured. Although he was holding her, Ryue clearly understood that he was at his weakest, and her warmth was the best medicine to make up for the pain in his heart. When the sun rose from the far east, it brought a new day of light and vitality to the land of Yanhuang. The feeling of the rising sun gradually raised the temperature of the air. With Ryue's strength, it would not be a problem for her to maintain the same position for an entire night. However, she was very nervous. She did not sleep for the entire night. She was constantly worried about the man who was holding her, and she was constantly feeling the aura from Chi-Yu's body. She was afraid that something would happen to him. Her heart was very heavy. Although Chi-Yu did not cry out, the clothes on her shoulders were wet throughout the night. The silent tears did not stop flowing. Chi-Yu, the sun has risen. We should go back. Didn't you say that before? Last night was your last moment of weakness. I believe that you will definitely become stronger. What others give us, we will repay it 1,000 times over, Ryue said softly. She was really worried about Chi-Yu's state. Hearing Ryue's words, Chi-Yu said a little blankly, "The sun has risen? But why is it still so dark?" Ryue's heart tightened. An extremely bad premonition filled her heart. She could no longer bear it. She pulled Chi-Yu's hand and struggled to stand up in his arms. When she saw her clothes under the sunlight, she couldn't help but let out a scream. "Ah, Chi-Yu!" Tears gushed out uncontrollably. Ryue hugged Chi-Yu tightly in her soft embrace. That was because she saw that half of her white dress had turned red, starting from her shoulders. Although the red wasn't very deep, she knew what it was based on the moist feeling. Not only had Chi-Ho shed silent tears for an entire night, but he had also shed blood. It was obvious how much pain he was suffering in his heart. Chi-Yu was held in Ryue's arms in a daze. He muttered to himself, "What's wrong with me? Why is it so dark? I can't see anything. Am I blind? Chi-Yu, don't scare me." Ryue desperately injected her thundercloud force into Chi-Yu's body, trying to help him adjust the aura in his body. However, the energy she injected was rejected by Chi-Yu again. "No, Ryue, I can't take your energy. Don't lose to me. Do you want me to feel the pain that Wen Ting gave me when she fused with her body again?" Chi-Yu hugged Ryue. "It's really dawn. I can feel the temperature of the sun." Ryue sobbed and hugged Chi-Yu. "Why did it become like this? Chi-Yu, didn't you say you would protect me? Nothing can happen to you. If worst comes to worst, we won't be the Zodiac guardian god anymore. We can take Ming Ming and Snow Girl and find a beautiful place to live in seclusion. Although I don't have Wen Ting, I can still be Snow Girl's mother. Chi-Yu, don't scare me. I can't lose you. Could it be that you want me to experience the pain you experienced when you lost Wen Ting?" Chi-Yu's emotions gradually calmed down. He gently stroked Ryue's long hair and shook his head. "Silly girl, why would I? How could I bear to let you suffer that kind of pain? I said yesterday that from today onwards, I will become a new Chi-Yu. Can't you see? Maybe this is God's punishment for me. Ryue, do you know? This makes me feel much better. A person has to pay the price for doing something wrong. No, I don't want you to pay the price. I'd rather you transfer all the pain you've suffered to me." Ryue threw herself into Chi-Yu's arms and sobbed painfully. This was the first time a smile had appeared on Chi-Yu's face since Wen Ting's death. It was a very faint smile, and the rays of the morning sun shone on his face, giving it a golden outline. Chi-Yu's eyes had already turned light red. Only his pupils were gray. He couldn't see. He really couldn't see. However, his heart was truly freed from sorrow as the sun gradually rose. A loud and clear roar rang out from Chi-Yu's mouth. His clear and impassioned voice brought everyone's mood out of the abyss. First, a pair of black, untamed beasts broke free from his back and spread out to the sides. Every single piece of black armor gave off a faint glow under the sunlight. Then, another pair of wings appeared behind the black wings. Those were pure gold wings. When the wings were completely spread out, they slowly closed in front of Chi-Yu, completely wrapping up Ryue's delicate body. I'm not an angel. However, from today onwards, I will use my wings to protect you, my love. I will also protect my friends. Ryue, don't be sad for me. The current Chi-Yu is the real Kirin. At least, the sorrow in my heart has disappeared. Let us start our lives anew. I've lost everything. I will work hard to bring us back to me. The people who hurt us, I will make them pay. I have lost my sight, but I still have the heart's eye. It can also see everything outside. Although his eyes had lost their luster, his heart was now alive again. Although he had lost his sight on the surface, the source of nature could make plants become his eyes. Green negative energy revolved around Chi-Yu's body. Then blue water and red fire. The two completely opposite energies actually became harmonious at this moment. They revolved around Chi-Yu together with the wind. Just like the moon, it soothed the wound in his heart. The purple lightning was like a small spirit snake, fluctuating in an orderly manner. At this moment, the purple lightning was Chi-Yu's heart was completely immersed in his love for Ryue. The Kirin pearl lost its luster and shone again. Under the light of the sun, after a night of release, the pain had already left. He had lost his sight, but in exchange for a new life. Chi-Yu's heart was completely awakened. Just as he had said, the current him had truly grown up. His black hair had turned white, and his black eyes had turned light red. Although this boy had sacrificed a lot to grow up, from now on, his heart had already undergone a huge change. Feeling the tenderness of the wings, Ryue's heart felt a little more comfortable. However, she still felt very painful. Her tears almost dyed her clothes red. How much pain was that? Now, she would rather die for Chi-Yu than for Wenting. Slowly raising his head, Chi-Yu took a deep breath. Once again, he let out a long roar. All the plants in Tianxiang Mountain moved along with his roar. The aura of the source of nature. It allowed him to see everything around him with his heart. At this moment, the plants had already become his eyes. With a slight smile, Chi-Yu's light red eyes revealed a trace of light red. The silver eyes of the Kirin tattoo on his chest had also unknowingly turned light red. He lowered his head and kissed Ryue's delicate face. Then, he used his own face to gently caress it. What a comfortable feeling. Ryue, we should go back. A new day has arrived. Kirin should also pull himself together. Ryue struggled out of Chi-Yu's embrace and took off her red dress in front of him. Her eyes flickered. I will keep it forever. I will also remember last night. Promise me, my love. Never let that scene happen again. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will really lose me. Because your pain is also my pain. I can't bear such pain again. Looking at the woman in front of him attentively, Chi-Yu slowly and firmly nodded. I promise. With a trace of a faint light in his eyes, Ryue's proud naked body once again merged into his embrace. Her smooth skin rubbed against Chi-Yu's body. At this moment, both of them had no desire for sex, only a deep affection for each other. When Chi-Yu and Ryue returned to the Dragon Field courtyard, it was already early in the morning. Chi-Yu had returned to his room and hadn't come out yet. Meanwhile, Ryue had asked Jobu to fill the entire villa with all kinds of plants. After gathering all the Zodiac guardian warriors, Ryue calmly told everyone everything that had happened to Chi-Yu in the west. It was Chi-Yu who had asked her to do this. Since everything had been figured out, there was no need to hide it. After all, Everyone had the right to know everything. Silence. After Ryue finished her story, the entire hall was silent for a full 5 minutes. Su Dong let out a long sigh. I'm afraid that nothing is more painful than being betrayed by someone you love deeply. Chi Yu has endured so much and experienced so much. It's no wonder that he suffered such a huge blow. Ryue, what should we do to make him feel better? Ryue lowered her head and quietly said, Don't you blame him? For the sake of a woman, he let himself become like this. Don't you blame him? Guan Ping also let out a sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. What's there to blame? It's very difficult to use common sense to think about things like feelings. What's more, Chi Yu has already endured so much pain. I believe that this experience will make him more mature than he was before. I believe that our King of the Zodiac will definitely walk out of his pain. What we need to do is not to blame him, but to find a way to walk out of his pain faster and better. Yan Xiaoyi scolded angrily. Yamu, that be asterisk to H. Damn it. She actually cheated bosses, feelings like this. If there's a chance, I'll definitely rape her. Isn't she a virgin? I'll make it so that she can't be a god anymore. Let's see how she'll continue to be so horny. Hu Guang let out a cold snort. Greece and the Vatican, they really don't care about us Asians. Second brother, looks like it's time for our sacred flame sect to take action. We must let them know that us Asians are not so easily bullied. This time, Ian actually accepted the title of second brother. He said in a low voice, What are you going to do? Those elders in the Vatican will not agree with our impulsive decision. Hu Guang's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Those old fellows, other than holding us back, what else can they do? Blame them for going to hell. How could they possibly object to my decision? Let's not go overboard. Contact the foreign mercenaries. I haven't seen fireworks in a long time. I think Greece and London's St. Paul's Cathedral would be a good place to set off fireworks. Modi walked to Ryue's side. She could see that Ryue did not look too good today. She was abnormally pale. She held onto Ryue's hand and said in a low voice, How is he? You guys didn't come back last night. Everyone is very worried. I've already talked to Whitey. She will participate in our collective training. Ryue shook her head gently and said, At least on the surface, he looks much better than yesterday. But it's easier said than done to walk out of such pain. Maybe deep down, everyone has some opinions about Chi Yu and thinks that he is not calm enough. He became like this because of a woman. But this time he did pay a huge price. Do you know? Last night, his tears dyed my dress red. Now he is blind. What? Almost everyone exclaimed. Even Mo Dan, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help but be shocked. She looked at Ryue with a strange look in her eyes. Ryue sighed and said, I hope that everyone will not mention this in the future. Even if it's for my sake, I don't want Chi Yu to suffer anymore. Yes, we Zodiac Guardian Warriors are equal. No one can order others to do anything. But Chi Yu's experience this time has also given us a wake-up call. In this world, there are still many existences that can threaten us. For the future of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, this collective training is very important. Even I don't know if Chi Yu's mental state is stable now. I hope that everyone can be more tolerant of him, okay? Everyone nodded. Even Mo Dan didn't say anything against it. Ryue raised her head and looked at the end of the stairs. She sighed in her heart. Chi Yu, I hope you can recover soon. After returning to his room, Chi Yu's heart was in pain. It was so quiet that even he felt it was a little unbelievable. The suffocating pain in his heart had quietly disappeared. What was left was only a soothing feeling. His face looked a little cold, and his eyes had lost their luster. However, his thundercloud force had changed at the moment of enlightenment in the morning. At that moment, when Ting's energy had been completely absorbed by his body, the thundercloud force in his body was also recovering quickly. It absorbed 4 different energy molecules in the air to replenish itself. At that moment in the morning, Chi-Yu suddenly realized that Master Zagru was right. As a Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds, Thundercloud Force was his foundation. It was unrealistic to expect to rely on the Xianyuan sword before he fully grasped the elk skill. After all, although the Xianyuan sword was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy. Only the elk skill was his main strength. Kirin Pearl lit up under the effect of the Thundercloud Force. 3 figures appeared in front of Chi-Yu at the same time. Snow Girl had already woken up in Kirin Pearl. Chi-Yu's pain had been transmitted to every corner of Kirin Pearl through his breath. Looking at Chi-Yu's gloomy eyes, Snow Girl didn't say anything. She just quietly walked to Chi-Yu and went into his arms. "Dad, I know. You're not dead. You'll always be my dad. Shwet, I will be strong." After saying that, Snow Girl kissed Chi-Yu's face. She didn't stay for another second and walked out of his room. After Snow Girl left, Ming Ming and Christy looked at Chi-Yu quietly. They had also woken up, after several days of recuperation in Kirin Pearl. Their injuries had recovered a little. Christy said, "There's no need to apologize. It has already happened. Chi-Yu, I just hope that you can stand by my side when I go to avenge my brother. Just like when Ting, my brother, didn't die. Now, we siblings have completely merged. Su Qing is no longer Su Qing. There's only Christy, the new leader of the Dracula family." Chi-Yu nodded to Christy. "Thank you, Christy. Just like Klinsman, although I'm not as old as you, from now on, I will replace him and fulfill the responsibility of an elder brother. I will protect you at all costs. This is my promise." Christy revealed a faint smile. Although she looked a little embarrassed and the wounds on her body were clotted with golden blood, her breath was very calm. Just like Chi-Yu, she had also grown up and matured after this incident. Just like she said, Su Qing, who was under Klinsman's protection, had died. The new leader of the Dracula family, Christy, had been reborn. Ming Ming looked deeply at Chi-Yu. She didn't say anything, but her gentle eyes had said a lot. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, a faint thundercloud force circulated around her body. Her voice echoed in Chi-Yu's heart. "If it were me that day, I would have done the same. If it were you, you would have done the same. Sister Wen Ting isn't dead. She will stand in front of you again sooner or later, right?" Chi-Yu sat cross-legged, forming a triangle with Christy and Ming Ming. His eyes flickered slightly as the 4 types of cloud energy in his body began to circulate under the effect of his gradually recovering mental strength. Following Shang Lin's most fundamental cultivation method, he began to absorb the energy molecules in the air. The energy from his origin of nature formed a light green barrier in the room, enveloping the 3 of them. Not only did it heal the injuries suffered when his bodily functions were exhausted, it also assisted Christy and Ming Ming in their self-healing. The biggest characteristic of the source of nature energy was that it was neutral and peaceful. Back then, it was also because of this that he was used by Yamu. Therefore, whether it was Ming Ming's energy or Christy's powerful dark energy, they didn't reject the aura of the source of nature at all. In the pale green light barrier, the 3 of them emitted different lights at the same time. When Snow Girl came to the villa's hall, Ryua had already told everyone everything. Seeing Snow Girl coming down, Ryua hurriedly greeted her, a trace of concern in her beautiful eyes. Snow Girl gently shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Ryua said, "Although when Ting is gone, I will treat you like her in the future. Are you willing to recognize me as your mother?" Snow Girl said, "Everything is over. Don't worry, Dad will be fine. I can feel that he has thought it through. Mom, we can't put all the burden on Dad. I want to do everything I can to help Dad. If possible, from now on, completely hand over the Kirin group to me." Guan Ping said, "Snow Girl is right. We can't put all the burden on Chi-Yu. We are all Zodiac guardian warriors. We should share some of the burden with him." And the best way is to make yourself stronger. Only when we, the guardians of the East, are strong enough will we not be bullied by outsiders. Ryue's sad eyes gradually brightened. Tyrannosaurus Rex's aura gradually recovered. Looking at the Zodiac guardian warriors around her, she said in a deep voice, Sudong, immediately contact the 4 families. The Eastern Guardians are one. It's time for them to contribute some strength. Although our strength is gradually increasing, there are only 13 of us after all. Our strength is limited in the end. We can't be like Yamu and get the support of the whole country. We can only rely on ourselves. Within 3 days, the 4 families will each pick 30 youths with the most potential. Send them to the Dragon Field courtyard. It's time for us to grow stronger. Sudong said with some worry, I'm afraid this will be a bit difficult. The 4 families have always cherished those with potential. I'm afraid they won't agree. Ryue coldly snorted and said they won't agree? No, you're wrong. They have no reason to disagree. You can tell them that those who are sent here will be taught by us. Moreover, they will belong to the 4 families. Their increase in strength will cause the overall strength of the 4 families to soar. Why would they disagree? We don't want to completely turn these people into our people. We just want to help the 4 families increase their overall strength. The responsibility of protecting the Eastern Guardian Warriors is not just the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. The 4 families have existed for so many years. They also have this responsibility, don't you think so? After hearing Ryue's explanation, Sudong's expression gradually relaxed. After all, he was also from the 4 families. After thinking about it carefully, he understood that everything Ryue wanted to do was extremely beneficial to the 4 families. Ryue continued, Of course, before these youths become truly strong, they must stay by our side. At the same time, before we allow them to return to their families, they must listen to our orders. This time period will be set at 3 years. Sacrificing 3 years in exchange for a group of powerful people is definitely a good thing for the 4 families. Of course, I can't guarantee that when the time comes, the number of people who will return to their families will still be 30. Sudong muttered, I can only do my best. I can't guarantee that the 4 great clans will definitely agree. However, there shouldn't be any problems with our Su clan. It's time to tell the clan my identity. Ryue nodded and said, I believe in your ability. Go and inform them now. Sudong nodded and turned back to his room to make a phone call. At this time, Ryue fully displayed the demeanor of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The domineering aura emitted from her body made all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors feel restricted by the pressure. Hu Guang, Yin, don't act rashly on your side. I basically know what Chi-Yu is going to do next. Quietly transport the weapons I asked you to prepare last time. It's time for them to come in handy. It's not our chance for revenge yet. Chi-Yu has made an appointment with Athena's successor, Yamu, to settle this matter at Mount Everest next January. Before that, we don't do anything to the west. Only when the time is completely ripe will we start our real action. Hu Guang thought for a moment and said, Well, we'll listen to you. Second brother, we'll go arrange it now. Ryue turned her eyes to the rest of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and said indifferently, After Chi recovers, we'll start concentrating on training. At that time, the process of training will be very difficult. It's better for everyone to be prepared. If we can't bear it, as long as we start concentrating on training, I'm afraid that Chi-Yu won't be as easy to talk to as he is now. Everyone should remember the battle between him and us clearly. Since we've decided to support him, we'll do our best. I hope everyone is prepared. Changjie said straightforwardly, That's no problem. As long as we can increase our strength, we should pay a little more. After all, the more we pay, the more we get back. The others nodded one after another. Guanjing curled her lips and said, As long as I get my salary, I don't care about anything else. As long as there's money, I'll do whatever you want me to do. He had been in the Dragon Field courtyard for a while, and his aptitude could be said to be the worst among the Zodiac guardian warriors. His body had been hollowed out in the special industry for the past few years. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Zagrua's finger strength, his body would be far inferior to an ordinary person. Therefore, deep in his heart, he was very grateful to Chiyu. At least, Chiyu gave him a chance to live a new life and get money. Why not? At the same time, he gradually liked this kind of life. Mo Dan glanced at Guanjing and said proudly, "Anyway, I won't lose to anyone. However, Vol, you promised me that as long as I'm willing to participate in this concentrating training, you must keep your word and let me be your girlfriend." Vol glanced at Mo Dan, then looked at Modi and said coldly, "Since I've promised, I'll keep my word. However, the condition is that you don't cause trouble for boss." Among the crowd, the youngest was Mo Dan, followed by Vol. She didn't know why, but when Modi heard Vol's words, she suddenly had a very uncomfortable feeling in her heart. All this time, although Vol had never confessed to her, everyone could see Vol's affection for her. Modi had no doubt that if she was in the same situation as Chiyu, Vol would also do the same thing as Wenting. Although there was a huge gap between the two of them in terms of age and appearance. After living together for so many days, Vol's unwavering affection made her no longer treat him as her student. Although Modi couldn't accept this feeling in his heart. However, when Mo Dan just said that Vol had agreed to be her boyfriend, Modi suddenly had a special feeling in her heart. She didn't know why she suddenly felt very empty and uncomfortable, but Vol's appearance seemed to have changed a lot from before. She was very clear about how little Vol had taken advantage of her feelings. However, for Chiyu, for his brother, he was willing to give up his only pursuit and choose Mo Dan. At this moment, in Modi's eyes, Vol was no longer her obedient student, but a real responsible man. Chiyu's cultivation lasted for a full 5 days. When he walked out of the room, the whole villa of the Dragonfield courtyard was filled with a green atmosphere, and there were different plants in almost every corner. Under the effect of the energy of the source of nature, although he couldn't see, he could clearly sense every detail around him through these plants. Thundercloud force had recovered to the level of 6 cloud, and every type of thundercloud force had reached the peak of 6 cloud. His body's injuries had completely recovered, and the source of nature had stabilized. Although, compared to when he was at his peak, the natural energy was much less, at least it wouldn't affect his cultivation. After discussing with Master Zagru, Chiyu improved his cultivation method a lot. He no longer converted all the thundercloud force into Kirin's source of nature's energy, and absorb the energy aura through the source of nature to cultivate. Instead, just like when he first started cultivating, he would cultivate the 4 types of cloud power separately. The energy from the origin of nature would only be used to absorb the energy molecules, so that the 4 types of cloud power would become more condensed. During these 5 days of cultivation and recovery, Yang Kai had been cultivating for a long time. He finally found out why his strength didn't increase as much after reaching 7 cloud in the west as he had imagined. This was because, under the effect of the source of nature, he converted all the thundercloud force into source of nature's energy. So the 7 cloud state he reached was actually equivalent to the 7 cloud state Kirin had reached. Chapter 212. It was just a breakthrough in strength and not a complete breakthrough in the 4 types of thundercloud force. That was why the advantages of Ink Kirin weren't fully revealed. Besides, he also realized that his cultivation method was somewhat different from the cultivation method that Mo had taught him. His Kirin's origin energy was different from ordinary Kirin's. Ordinary Kirin only needed to improve his strength through a single type of thundercloud force. Upgrading a single type of thundercloud force was equivalent to upgrading Kirin's origin energy. However, it was different for Road. He could only become a true 7-cloud being after upgrading the 4 types of thundercloud force to the 7-cloud realm. Based on his deduction, his strength would be twice as strong as when he was in the 7-cloud realm. This discovery piqued Chiyu's interest in Kirin's ascending cloud technique. When he cultivated, He absorbed the origin energy of Kirin into his body. He split his attention to absorb wind, fire, water, and lightning energy molecules in the air to fill his body and cultivate the 4 types of thundercloud force at the same time. Although the progress wasn't fast, every bit of improvement made him feel real. As long as he upgraded the 4 types of thundercloud force to the 7-cloud realm in different environments, he would be able to return to the 7-cloud realm and become a true 7-cloud being. In 5 days, under the effects of the source of nature, Ming Ming and Christie's bodies had basically recovered. It was especially so for Christie. Her recovery speed was much faster than Chiyu had imagined. Her realm as a blood empress had made her far stronger than ordinary vampires. Even though she had lost a lot of blood that day, it didn't affect her too much. It was just that her energy was damaged too much. With revenge as the strongest pillar of support in her heart, Christie cultivated with all her might without any distractions. Not only did the 5 days heal her injuries, but she also recovered about 50% of her strength. After 5 days of meditation and cultivation, she had a deeper understanding of her strength as a blood empress. After 5 days of meditation and cultivation, with the help of the energy from the source of nature, she had a deeper understanding of her ability to become a blood empress. She also had a clearer understanding of the blood divine puppet. It wouldn't take long. She would be able to regain her full strength. Ming Ming's recovery speed was much slower than Christie's. Chiyu's blindness and Wenting's death had greatly affected her mood. Furthermore, she had used up too much energy in the form of the rainbow bird last time. The chicken Zodiac's source power had been greatly damaged. Although the injuries on the surface had healed, his thundercloud force had only recovered by about 10%. His body was still very weak, and he needed some time to recuperate before he could fully recover. During these 5 days, apart from cultivating and healing, Chiyu buried the sorrow in the deepest part of his heart. He had thought it through. What had already happened. Even if he was sad, what could he do? Klinsmann and the Emperor's heart, Snow Lotus King, couldn't die in vain. If he wanted to resurrect Wenting, in that case, he would first have to possess sufficient strength. At the very least, only when he had enough strength could he awaken Wenting's spirit. The nature's source replaced Chi-Yu's vision. Although he couldn't see everything around him like real eyes, he could still feel the atmosphere around him. Standing in front of the window, Chi-Yu's light red eyes were wide open. If one didn't know better, no one would think that he was blind. Chi-Yu, I have to go. Christie's cold voice had a hint of softness. Do you hate me? Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. Christie said indifferently, so what if I hate him or not? My brother is already dead. I've said it before. From now on, I am the direct successor of the Dracula family. I am the new leader of the Dracula family. My brother's blood will not be shed in vain. The Dracula family needs me, so I have to leave now. Slowly turning around and facing Christie, Chiyu said, in the process of healing you, I have used my spiritual power to connect with yours. If you are in danger, as long as I am still in this world, I will immediately feel it. Klinsmann is dead, so from now on I am your brother. Promise me, don't act rashly. When I come to the West again, we will definitely settle the debt. Christie nodded and said, Okay, I will wait for you. The Dracula family can only temporarily disappear for a while. After all, the blow to the Dracula family this time was devastating. I'm afraid that before I return, even the family's ancient castle will be destroyed. The other vampire families will not let go of such a good opportunity. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. She walked past Chiyu. Chiyu did notice that her purple gold eyes were filled with tears before she flew out of the window. Christie's departure made Chiyu feel that the responsibility on his shoulders had become heavier. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. His face had become as cold as the ice on Kunlun Mountain. He knew that for a long time to come he would only have one goal, and that was to become stronger. He would walk down the path of the strong without end. Losing his sight was not only a bad thing, but it also made it easier for him to focus on everything. He focused on Karji's cultivation. At the same time, this trip to the West also made him understand that no matter how strong a person was, his strength was still limited. Therefore, it wasn't just him who had to become stronger, but also the Zodiac guardian warriors as a whole. With a thought, Chiyu suddenly felt something. The wind, thundercloud force made his body as light as a feather. After setting up an energy boundary around Mingming, he flew out of the window and arrived at the lawn outside the Dragonfield courtyard in a flash. Ruyue was standing there when she felt Chi-Yu's aura. She turned around and just happened to see Chi-Yu's descending figure. Today, Chi-Yu wore a black long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. His pale white hair was scattered over his shoulders and was slightly messy. The visual impact of the white and black made her heart ache. Chi-Yu's eyes were still light red. Although his aura had regained its strength, he still lost his sight. Thinking back to the blood stain on her white dress that day, Ruyue resisted her tears. Chi-Yu landed lightly beside Ruyue. He naturally held her hand and their fingers intertwined. Ling Ruyue relaxed a little. Ku relaxed slightly and said softly, "Are you feeling better?" Chi-Yu nodded. He revealed a faint smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine now. Is everyone ready? I estimate that in 2 days at most, Mingming's body will recover to about 70%. At that time, it will be time for us to set off." Ruyue nodded and said, "Everyone is basically ready. I've already talked to Mo. Dan very clearly. Chi-Yu, don't think too much. No matter what, everyone will definitely support you." Chi-Yu sighed and said, "I have an idea that I wanted to discuss with you." "Oh, speak." Ruyue said, "Just like what you said, one person's strength is ultimately insignificant. Even our Zodiac guardian god warriors only have a total of 13 people. When the East needs our protection, our vast and abundant motherland is not something that the 13 of us can completely take care of. And protecting the East is not only our responsibility. So, I thought of a way to let the 4 big families also participate." Chi-Yu's aura changed slightly, because he suddenly thought of Shenyun, who is now the Gemini constellation guardian Yin. "Then what do you want to do? Although the 4 big families can no longer go against us, but if we want them to help us sincerely, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task." Ruyue's eyes revealed a cold glint. "Those old fellows are all selfish. It's impossible for them to help us for free, but as long as the benefits we offer are big enough, we don't have to be afraid that they won't agree. That's my plan." As he said that, Ruyue whispered a few words into Chi-Yu's ears. Hearing Ruyue's words, Chi-Yu lightly nodded his head and said, "This is a very good idea. However, I do not know how strong the 4 great clans are. Although I have a certain amount of confidence in increasing their strength, the extent to which they can increase their strength is greatly related to their own talent. Furthermore, you should understand my plan. Once they reach that place, they might meet with danger at any time. I can't guarantee that they will be able to return alive." Ruyue smiled and said, "I have already explained it to the 4 big families very clearly. Although not everyone will be able to return alive, but as long as they are able to return alive, they will definitely play an important role in the development of the 4 big families in the future. In our circle, strength is the most important. As long as we use both kindness and authority, in the near future, the 4 big families that become stronger will be able to become our arms. This is for the long term." Chi-Yu's face revealed a look of gratification. "Ruyue, you're smart. All right, then it's decided. When will the people from the 4 big families arrive?" Ruyue said they have already arrived. "I have arranged a place for them to stay temporarily. When we leave, we will bring them along." Chi-Yu nodded his head and said, "All right then, I will have to trouble you with this matter. I need to go out and do 2 things. You will temporarily stay in the courtyard and take care of Mingming. Ming Ming's internal injuries have already been treated by me. However, she had used up too much energy when she used her ability. Therefore, she still needs some time to recover her thundercloud force. Hearing that Qiyu wanted to leave, Ryue's expression immediately became nervous. Qiyu, where are you going? How about I accompany you? Or I can call Su Dong over and let him accompany you. This way, he can also take care of you. Qiyu released Ryue's hand and pulled her into his embrace. He kissed her lightly and said, "Silly girl, do you really think that I can't do anything after I become blind? Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Don't forget that all the plants are my eyes. How about this? Call Big Brother Jida over and let him go with me." Half an hour later, Jida rushed to the Dragon Field courtyard. He already knew that Ming Ming had returned. When he heard that his only sister was seriously injured, his heart was filled with anxiety. However, he also believed that Qiyu would definitely be able to treat his sister's injuries. As soon as he entered the villa, Jida saw Qiyu standing under the white dragon statue in the hall. Qiyu stood there with his back facing the door, and he was the only one in the hall. Qiyu, who was dressed in black, entered Jida's sight. He immediately felt a different feeling coming from his brother-in-law. It was a deathly still aura. Qiyu's energy was completely restrained. Although he looked like an ordinary person, Jida could clearly feel that the current Qiyu gave him more pressure than before. "Master, you're back. How is Ming Ming? Could it be her?" Seeing Qiyu's black clothes, Jida subconsciously became nervous. Qiyu shook his head and slowly turned around. With just one step, he was in front of Jida. He patted his shoulder twice and said, "Don't worry, Ming Ming is fine. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of Ming Ming. Let's go. Bring me to the Yellow Flame Soul Headquarters. I want to see the Plant Soul Sister." As he spoke, he directly walked out of the villa. Jida hurriedly followed. "Master, your hair, and your eyes. What is going on?" Qiyu's footsteps paused for a moment, and he said, "Something happened in the west, but it's all over now. You can ask Ryue or someone else. I don't want to repeat myself. But before that, bring me to the plant soul. Back then, I promised her that I would help her regain her ability to speak. It's been delayed for so long. It's time to fulfill my promise." From the changes in Qiyu's body, Jida could already see many things. After all, he was an elite from the Yanhuang Republic's special forces. Hearing this, he nodded and did not ask any more questions. He brought Qiyu into his precious car and headed towards the Yellow Flame Soul Headquarters. Ryue was in her room, watching Qiyu and Jida leave through the window. The light in her eyes became even gentler, and there was a hint of sadness hidden in that gentle light. The plant soul just came back from a mission a few days ago. She's getting stronger and stronger. She's already become a first-class expert in our Yellow Flame Soul. "Master, when will you teach your disciples some martial arts? My position is getting lower and lower. You also know that I don't want to rely on the old man. Only my own strength truly belongs to me." This time, Qiyu seemed to have changed into a different person, feeling the cold aura from his body. Jida felt that it was very unnatural. That was why he purposely said these words to test him. Qiyu thought about it and said, "All right, then you can apply for leave from the Yellow Flame Soul Headquarters. We will probably leave here the day after tomorrow and go to a mysterious place for special training. All the Zodiac Guardian Warriors will participate. However, there's one thing I have to make clear first. No matter who you are, no matter what your position in the country is, you must never tell anyone about this special training. Otherwise, you won't be the only one who will suffer. Do you understand?" Jida was stunned for a moment and said, "What can't the country know about it? Master, the country is very supportive of you, especially after you solved the matter with the vampires. Right now, your position in Yanhuang is definitely extraordinary." Qiyu shook his head and said, "If you can't guarantee it, then don't go. Moreover, I won't go easy on you just because you're Ming Ming's brother. I'll give you 2 days to think about it." Hearing Qi Yu's words, Jida couldn't help but be a little angry. "Master, what are you saying? When have I ever been afraid of hardship in training? You have to know that I'm a training maniac with a famous virtue. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to directly enter the Yellow Flame Soul headquarters with just the virtue of my body." Qi Yu's eyes were now completely dark. There were no plants in the car, so he could only rely on his other senses to feel everything around him. In a situation where he couldn't see, his spiritual power had become his main use of virtue. Not only did it mobilize the power of nature, but it also allowed him to sense the aura of everything around him. All right, in any case, think about it carefully. I'm just reminding you that the special virtue training this time is much more difficult than the training in Taklamakan. This is because some of the training is not aimed at human virtue at all. It's extremely dangerous. Hearing Qi Yu's words, Jida couldn't help but shudder. However, he still gritted his teeth and said resolutely, "There's no need to think about it. Master, I'll go with you. No matter what, I'm your first disciple. This must be a very good opportunity. No matter how difficult it is, I'm willing to endure it." The cold lines on Qi Yu's face softened a little. He nodded lightly and said, "If you can endure it, I think the #1 expert in the Yellow Flame Soul headquarters will definitely change." Jida's pursuit of strength was definitely not inferior to anyone else's. Hearing Qi Yu say this, he was even more determined to participate in this special virtue training. His eyes shone with a fiery light. "Master, then don't treat me like a person. Anything is fine." The headquarters of the Yellow Flame Soul headquarters was not a secret place like Qi Yu had imagined. Instead, it was in the busiest part of the capital. When Jida drove the car to this place, through the surrounding trees, Qi Yu felt that this seemed to be a huge office building. The office building was shaped like a rocket. It felt a little strange, but in such a bustling area, it was the most unique building. Jida parked the car and said, "Treasure Pet, Master, we're here." Qi Yu got out of the car. With the help of his spiritual power, he walked to Jida's side. "Where is this? I feel that this should be near the East 3rd Ring Road. Is this the International Trade Center?" Jida smiled and said, "Yes, this is the International Trade Center. This is the Chinese server building, opposite the International Trade Center. It's a very unique building here. Let's go, Master, let's go in." As he spoke, he led Qi Yu into the building. As soon as they entered the building, Qi Yu felt at least a dozen people walking over. From their aura, they seemed to be ordinary people, but they were very tall and most of them were women. Jida whispered into Qi Yu's ear, "Master, wait a moment. I'll report to the higher-ups. Although there's no problem with your identity, the Yellow Flame Soul headquarters still has to." Qi Yu nodded and said, "Go, I understand. I'll wait for you here." Jida agreed and hurried away. Qi Yu's spiritual power followed him all the way to a freight elevator in the corner of the building's lobby before he retracted it. At this moment, Qi Yu suddenly heard some faint voices. "Wow, this person is so cool. Look at his good figure. Although he's a little ordinary, I think he must be our company's new model. He's so handsome. Such a handsome guy. Don't you guys steal him from me. But why haven't I heard of him before? Look, isn't he about 195 meters tall? He's close to 2 meters. His shoulders are really wide, and he even dyed his hair white. He's so handsome with his outfit. It seems that a figure is more important than a face. Hey, look, his eyes are actually light red. Could it be a new type of contact lens? It's really special. I'm going to buy it." Listening to these voices, Qi Yu was surprised to find that these people were actually talking about him. They even stopped moving forward. He strengthened his spiritual power to connect with the plants around him. Through the origin of nature, he could observe his surroundings more clearly in his mind. He found that most of these girls were under 20 years old, and they were at least 175 meters tall. Each of them had a slim figure, and there was a faint fragrance of cosmetics on their bodies. From the feeling he got from the plants, they should be beauties. And there were as many as 10 of them. This was indeed the central business district of the capital. There were so many beauties at once. It was a pity that Chi-Yu was most disconnected from beauties. He didn't want to provoke them. Using his spiritual power, he walked to the side and stood there. Those girls didn't seem to want to let him go. A bold girl took the initiative to walk towards Chi-Yu. Feeling the approaching atmosphere, Chi-Yu couldn't help but frown. "Hello, are you a new colleague of our company?" The girl's voice was very pleasant. It seemed that she was the one who was talking about him the most enthusiastically. Chi-Yu said coldly no. The young girl was stunned. Chi-Yu's icy cold voice actually caused her body to tremble in this season that had just entered autumn. "Isn't that so? How could it be? I can tell you are a model at first glance, and the building is the headquarters of our New Silk Road Model Company. I didn't know that a big guy like you would be shy." The girl forced a smile and said to Chi-Yu, "Chi-Yu thought, these girls actually think of me as a model. What is this? How could the headquarters of Yan Huang, Seoul, be located in such a place?" He didn't pay any more attention to the girl. He simply stood there and didn't say a word. The girl was rebuffed. Hearing the laughter of her sisters behind her, she couldn't help but feel indignant. "Why are you so arrogant? Even if you are a famous model, you don't have to be so arrogant. I don't care." With that, she turned around and walked towards Chong Bao and her friends. At this time, a man came out of the elevator and shouted, "I say, beauties, why are you still here? Hurry up and get in the car. Don't you know that we don't have much time to prepare for the performance?" The man looked to be in his 30s. He was about 1.8 meters tall. If he stood among ordinary people, he wouldn't be short. But compared to the beauties around him, he was a little short. The girl who talked to Chi-Yu before said angrily, "Managerly, your new male model is really arrogant. I took the initiative to talk to him, but he ignored me." Manager Lee was stunned for a moment and said, "A new man? I haven't recruited anyone recently. Are you sure?" While saying that, he subconsciously followed the eyes of the beauties and looked in the direction of Chi-Yu. The moment his gaze landed on Chi-Yu, Chi-Yu's body trembled. His whole body suddenly shook. "Oh my God! What a perfect figure!" Chi-Yu was getting impatient as he listened to other people's judgments about him. However, he didn't bring his phone. It was not easy to find Jida, so he could only wait here. But the expression on his face had become even colder. "Hello, sir. Are you here to apply for a job in our New Silk Road Model Company?" Manager Lee ran in front of Chi-Yu and asked excitedly. In his excitement, he was even immune to the coldness exuding from Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu coldly replied, "I've already said it once before, no. Please don't disturb me. Thank you." Manager Lee rubbed his hands. He hadn't been so nervous for a long time. His intuition clearly told him that if the man in front of him was willing to come to New Silk Road, it would definitely be a great thing for the company. With such a figure and temperament, he would definitely be a supermodel in the world. "Sir, it's like this. New Silk Road is the largest model company in the country. With your figure and temperament, it would be a pity if you don't become a model. If you are willing, our company can provide you with the most favorable conditions. Based on your own qualifications, you can definitely participate in the international model competition. I wonder if you're interested?" The impatience in Chi-Yu's heart deepened as he listened to the first half of the sentence. However, when he heard the last part about being able to participate in the international model competition, his heart suddenly moved. His expression softened a little as he said, "Does that mean that your company will often go overseas? I don't know how often you go to Italy and Greece. I like those two countries very much." Manager Lee said proudly, "Of course, Italy's Milan is a famous fashion city. As a pioneer in the domestic modeling industry, we often go there. As for Greece, although we don't go there often, we still have a chance to go there once or twice a year. If you are willing to join our company, I can give you the opportunity to go to Greece and Italy." Chi Yu thought for a while and said, "Okay, but I have to think about it. Can you give me your business card? If I think about it, I will call you." Manager Li's face showed a trace of disappointment, but he didn't know why. Standing in front of this man, he didn't dare to continue. The excitement had passed, but the pressure from Chi Yu's body had already made him feel a little uncomfortable. He subconsciously took out his business card from his pocket and handed it to Chi Yu. He smiled and said, "Then it's a deal. I haven't asked for your name, sir." At this time, Chi Yu just felt Jida's aura. He walked to the freight elevator and said, "Chi Yu." Boss Li watched as Chi Yu walked together with Jida, who was even taller than him. He subconsciously frowned and said, "Chi Yu, I've never heard of this name before. However, he and his friend both have such good figures. I really don't know what those fellows are doing looking for suitable models every day. Well, girls, we have to hurry. Haven't you seen a handsome guy? Look at you guys. Your eyes are all green." Jida's hearing was also good. He looked at the beauties in the hall and said with a smile, "Master, this is the first time I found out that your charm is so strong. Why was that guy looking for you?" Chi Yu said, "Isn't this the headquarters of your Yellow Flame Soul Group? Why is there a model company here?" Jida said, "Master, you misunderstood. This is our headquarters. But our headquarters is underground, and the ground is a standard office building. This new Silk Road Model Company is really famous. I think they must have taken a fancy to Master's figure. But Master, I've never seen you wear black before. To be honest, you look really cool in this. No wonder those beauties are interested in you." Chi Yu said impatiently, "Hurry up and leave. I'm not here to chat with you. What do those women have to do with me? As for clothes, from today on my clothes will only be black." Yes, his clothes would only be black. In order to mourn Klinsmann, the Emperor Heart, Snow Lotus King, and the spiritual pet treasure Wen Ting was sleeping in his body. After entering the freight elevator, Jida didn't directly start the elevator. After the elevator door closed, he gently patted De's left metal arm. At the same time, the watch on his right wrist lit up. A faint light was emitted, and with a beeping sound, the metal wall quietly moved to the side, revealing a door. Chapter 213. Behind the door was a staircase that led downwards. After descending about a dozen stairs, the two of them came to an open space. Chi Yu could clearly feel that the surroundings were all made of alloy. Moreover, it was a super alloy with excellent hardness and ductility. Even with the strength of his spiritual power, it was extremely difficult for him to probe through the alloy above. Even if an atomic bomb exploded outside, as long as it was not at the front, the inside would not be affected too much. Jida said, "Master, this is the only door to the headquarters. You can feel it, right? Above here, there is a 3-meter thick super alloy. We will take the elevator down soon. After about 30 meters, we will reach the real headquarters. In this distance of 30 meters, almost all of our country's current high technology is used. The defense and security capabilities are extremely strong. As a national secret organization, the Yellow Flame Soul not only engaged in many special operations, but at the same time it was also the country's secret information gathering department. Among them, there were top-notch high-level talents. That was why the defense facilities were so abnormal. After all, those who could come here were the most important talents of the country. The elevator that Jida mentioned was actually the entire place where they were standing. With a low mechanical sound, this room-like place slowly sank into the ground. It was a full 20 square meters of area. For such a huge alloy room to rise or sink into the ground, the amount of energy needed was enormous. Jida was still fiddling with his watch. Obviously, it was the device that controlled the elevator. Chi Yu did not ask much. Just like some secrets that he did not want others to know, he also did not want to know too much. When the country needed him, he was willing to rush to the front. But during normal times, he hoped to live a peaceful life. Sure enough, just like what Jida said, the elevator stopped after descending for about 30 meters. The smooth wall in front of them actually split open. Not even a sound was made. Jida led Chi-Yu directly in, but his spiritual power still told him that there were at least dozens of life forms in this place. Moreover, each life form had its own characteristics. Some had extremely strong spiritual power, while others had very strong physical bodies. Although the energy fluctuations were different, they were obviously not ordinary people. Thinking of the yellow flame soul experts that he had seen before, Chi-Yu could not help but deepen his understanding of this department. Although these people were still lacking compared to the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. However, it was not easy for the country to have so many experts. Moreover, these people belonged to the Yan Huang Soul Realm. Although they were not as strong as the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors in terms of battle prowess, their specializations were far superior. Ji-Da brought Chi-Yu to a meeting room that was made of metal. At that moment, there were already 2 people in the meeting room. One of them was a heavenly soul expert that Chi-Yu was very familiar with. The other one was the plant soul that he hadn't seen for a long time. As soon as the plant saw Chi-Yu, she immediately pounced on him excitedly. In terms of age, she was actually only a few years younger than Chi-Yu. Ever since the last mission in the Sun Nation, she had developed a special sense of familiarity with Chi-Yu. When she heard that Chi-Yu had specially come to see her today, the little girl was filled with surprise. Chi-Yu subconsciously welcomed the plant soul's embrace, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face. He rejected the communication device that Jida had offered him and directly used his own spiritual power to communicate with the plant soul. The current Chi-Yu was no longer the weak Kirin who had gone to the Sun Nation. With the fluctuations of his spiritual power, he could directly know what the plant soul was thinking. Of course, the premise was that the plant soul did not hide anything from him and was willing to communicate with him mentally. Chi-Yu, who had become the source of nature, made the plant feel even more intimate. It was a feeling that could not be described with words. She fell into Chi-Yu's embrace, as if she had fallen into nature. His gentle and intimate gaze nourished her body. The heavenly soul looked at Chi-Yu in shock. After not seeing him for a period of time, not only had Chi-Yu's appearance changed, but the aura that he exuded had also changed drastically. "Brothers Chi-Yu," Chi-Yu said, "it's nothing. It's just a small matter. This time, I came to help the plant soul sister cure her throat. Let's do it here. Big brother Heavenly Soul, I have to trouble you to tell the others not to let anyone disturb me while I'm treating the plant soul sister. Is that okay?" Tian Shintu and Jida looked at each other. They were even more shocked. The plant soul had an extremely important position in the Yan Huang soul. The Yan Huang soul had invited many experts to treat her throat, but in the end, they did not succeed. He knew about Chi-Yu's strength, but did he have a stronger healing ability than ordinary people? It was really hard to believe. However, after thinking for a short while, the heavenly soul decided to let Chi-Yu try. After all, he sincerely hoped that the plant soul could recover. He immediately agreed and walked out of the conference room with Jida. He also activated the defense system outside. Chi-Yu held the plant soul's little hand and let her sit in front of him. The plant soul's senses were much more sensitive than ordinary people. Although Chi-Yu did not look any different on the surface, she immediately felt the changes in Chi-Yu's body. "Big brother, your eyes. What's wrong with your eyes?" Chi-Yu smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just can't see for the time being." "It's okay." The plant soul covered her little mouth and looked at him in shock. "Big brother wants your eyes. Big brother is so pitiful. Can't you see?" Chi-Yu smiled and shook his head. "Although I can't see with my eyes, I still have my heart. Some things, when felt with my heart, are far more real than using my eyes to see. I'm sorry, little sister plant soul. It has been a while since I promised you that I would help you regain your ability to speak. However, I was delayed by some things, so I only came to find you now. Can you forgive Big Brother?" The plant soul nodded quickly and said obediently, "Big Brother must have a lot of things to settle. That's why you came late. However, I really miss Big Brother. If those in the world who had fought with plant souls before heard her threat through her spiritual power, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. One had to know, in this world, the plant soul could be linked to the god of death. Half of the missions she carried out were annihilated. It could be said that the plant who could not speak and had a cold personality had always been one of the trump cards of the Yanhuang Republic. Chi Yu smiled faintly and replied, I missed you too. Big Brother, can't stay for too long. Let's start now. Big Brother will try his best to cure your throat. In the future, my cute little plant sister will be able to speak. The plant soul's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. She did not know why. Although she knew that her throat was difficult to cure, she was full of confidence in Chi Yu. Taking a deep breath, Chi Yu held the plant soul's little hand. His dim red eyes were calm without a trace of emotion. Green light gradually seeped out of his body. There were no plants here. He could not use the power of the source of nature to obtain more energy, so he could only use the power of his origin to help the plant soul. This kind of treatment undoubtedly consumed a lot of energy, but Chi Yu did not hold back at all. The plant soul widened its eyes in astonishment as it clearly sensed the energy contained in the green light spots. In a sense, the plant soul was astonished. Her ability was very similar to Chi Yu's source of nature. However, at this time, feeling the fluctuation of the natural energy in Chi Yu's body, the plant soul was shocked to find that she was like a part of Chi Yu, as if she could fuse with him at any time. The Chi Yu in front of her was like her father. That feeling of familiarity, along with the energy of the same origin, instantly enveloped her delicate body. Chi Yu's expression became calm. An energy of the source of nature directly enveloped the plant soul's petite body. Just like what the plant soul felt, he also felt very familiar. The plant soul brought him. It was an extremely pure natural energy. Compared to his own natural energy, there was still a huge gap in purity. However, her natural energy was very pure, just like the icy aura that was released from Snow Girl's body. The degree of energy concentration was very high, and under the effect of his own source of nature, the natural energy in her body was actually absorbing the aura that he released and expanding rapidly. What a good plant body! Chi Yu could not help but exclaim in his heart. With him, the plant soul would put all its effort into exploring natural energy. Although his natural energy was much stronger than hers, in terms of using natural energy, he was not as good as the little girl in front of him. With a smile, a faint light flashed in Chi Yu's eyes. The natural energy in his hand did not decrease because of the plant soul's absorption, but instead became more powerful. The huge energy fluctuation caused the plant soul's delicate body to turn completely green. At this moment, she also completely opened up her body and every cell in front of Chi Yu, not hiding anything or holding anything back. Chi Yu's source of nature directly entered her body under the effect of his mental strength. Not only could he clearly feel the energy fluctuation of the source of nature in her body, but he could also feel the cultivation method of the plant soul through his mental strength. Feeling the cultivation method of the plant soul was very beneficial to Chi Yu. After all, he had always been purely absorbing the energy brought by the source of nature, and then transforming it into his own natural energy. When he used the source of nature, it only played a supporting role. To the plant soul, natural energy was not everything to her. Hence, her cultivation method could be said to be the cultivation method of nature energy. The fact that she was able to cultivate to such a level without the help of the origin of nature showed that her cultivation method was like adding wings to a tiger for Chi Yu. As the saying goes, good will always be rewarded. Chi Yu, who originally came for treatment, had unwillingly obtained the cultivation method of nature energy that he needed the most at this stage. The cultivation method of the plant soul was very unique. She did not circulate her own energy according to a certain meridian like ordinary cultivation methods. For example, Chi Yu cultivated the 8 extraordinary meridians of the ascending cloud technique. In her cultivation method, even the smallest capillary in her body was like the roots of a plant, all the way to the veins of a leaf. Every cell was driven by the meridians and blood vessels that densely covered her body and operated according to the nutrient circulation method of the plant soul. Although she was a human, when she cultivated, she could turn herself into a plant and have the aura of a plant. She could resonate with the plants in nature to a certain extent. Thus, through the pores all over her body, she could absorb the natural energy in the air. This kind of absorption method was undoubtedly very slow, and it had a lot to do with the surrounding environment. The more plants there were around, the more beneficial it was for her cultivation. At this moment, the cultivation method in her body that was like the veins of a leaf was rapidly absorbing the natural energy that Chi-Yu transmitted over. This cultivation method that used all the meridians in her body was extremely fast in the process of absorbing energy. Because of this, although the plant soul was not old, its strength was already very strong in the history of Yan Huang souls. It was very difficult for Chi-Yu to cultivate using the plant soul method. After all, he already had the ascending cloud technique and Kirin's ascending cloud technique. If he changed to the plant soul, it would be changing the way his energy circulated. Although the meridians and blood vessels in his body had been improved by the source of nature, he was still a human after all. Moreover, the amount of energy in his body was far greater than that of a plant soul. Therefore, if there was a problem during cultivation, it would be a devastating blow to Chi-Yu. Therefore, although he had memorized the cultivation method of the plant soul, he could only try it carefully in his future cultivation. Chi-Yu did not purposely heal the plant soul's throat. He simply transferred his natural energy into her body without any reservation. Originally, he wanted to use the characteristics of the source of nature and Kirin's marrow washing and tendon changing technique to help the plant soul heal. However, now that he had obtained the cultivation method of natural energy from her, Chi wanted to give the plant soul some compensation, and the huge amount of natural energy in her body was obviously the best way to make up for it. Through the detection of spiritual power, when Chi-Yu's natural energy had just completely enveloped the plant soul's body, she already understood why the experts could not treat the plant soul. If the plant soul was still young, it should have been possible to treat it. However, as her special cultivation method made her stronger and stronger, although she was still a human now, the way the bloodline in her body worked was too different from that of an ordinary person. How could treating a plant soul with the same method as treating a human achieve the desired effect? Now that it was Chi-Yu's turn to treat the plant soul, he used his natural energy to nourish the plant soul's body, and the healing process became much simpler. The plant soul's throat was innately unable to speak, which meant that she had a congenital defect from the moment she was born. The source of nature's energy was the best energy to fix this defect. Therefore, she knew that as long as she transferred her energy to the plant soul, her body would start to heal on its own. She did not need to waste any effort at all. Chi-Yu's natural energy was vast. Although she had not recovered to her peak state, as the source of nature, she could be said to be the queen of nature. Her current energy was already an astronomical figure for the plant soul. As she continued to absorb, the plant soul's body started to change. Meanwhile, after the huge amount of natural energy entered her body, she lost all sense of the outside world. He lost all sense of the outside world and was completely bathed in that warm energy. The plant soul was originally less than 6 meters tall, but as the natural energy nourished her body, her petite body started to grow again. As she sat in front of Chi-Yu, her limbs became slender, and her youthful face gradually matured. She no longer looked like a child, but a real young lady. Moreover, she was a stunning young lady. Her delicate face, which was filled with the aura of nature, exuded an amiable aura. Her originally petite body was currently developing into a slender and long body. The natural energy in Chi-Yu's body was circulating slowly. Of course, he would not repeat the mistake he made with Yamu. When circulating the natural energy, The thundercloud force in his body became the strongest guardian. 4 types of thundercloud force spread out from his body at the same time. They covered the entire room invisibly. If there were any abnormal changes, these energies would be activated immediately. With the previous lesson, no matter what he did, even Chiyu became more cautious. Even though he knew that there was no way there would be any danger, he would do the same, because Yamu had already told him that in this world, no one could be absolutely trusted and no one was absolutely safe. As long as he was careful, he could filter out all dangers. The energy transfer lasted for a full hour. When Chiyu felt that the plant soul's body had been filled with a huge amount of natural energy, he stopped the energy transfer. He understood the principle of going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Given the plant soul's current situation, after obtaining the energy from the source of nature, it was not like other people who only changed their bodies. As the plant soul's controller, its strength had more than doubled. It slowly stopped the natural energy transfer. Feeling the changes in the plant soul's body and the flaws that had been completely repaired, Chiyu smiled faintly. He suddenly realized that when he helped others, his gloomy mood would be alleviated to a certain extent. Perhaps this was the benefit of doing a good deed. At least, it was beneficial to his heart. As the natural energy transfer stopped, the plant soul gradually woke up from the warm ocean. She was surprised to find that her body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Her body was filled with a huge amount of natural energy, and she did not know how much stronger she was than before. It was not just a feeling of being filled with power. Even her senses had become much stronger than before. One must know that it was extremely important for her to sense the existence of plants. She subconsciously raised her right hand and waved it gently. Instantly, a vine rushed out at an astonishing speed. As it had just obtained such a huge amount of energy, the plant soul could not control it for a moment. The vine grew rapidly and filled the entire room in the blink of an eye. The aura of the plant filled the metal room with vitality. The appearance of the plant also made Chiyu feel refreshed. Although the vine grew with the support of the plant soul's energy as the source of nature, he could still see everything in front of him through the vine. Due to the power of the plant soul and the natural energy in the room, Chiyu could see everything very clearly with his mind's eye this time. The plant spirit's clothes were completely torn, especially in front of her chest. The original B cup had expanded to at least a D cup, and the thin material was no longer enough to cover it. In addition to the slender jade legs that were exposed, the exposed skin on her arms, and the huge vines that surrounded her body, she looked like a princess of nature, full of special attractiveness. Plant soul sister, don't you need to change your clothes? After growing up, although the plant soul had lost its original childishness, she had definitely become a beauty. Moreover, she was a beauty that made Chiyu feel extremely close to her. Although his heart had already been frozen because of the incident with Yumao, the fact that the beauty was so exposed in front of him, coupled with the fact that this was a plant soul that he treated as his younger sister, still made him feel a little strange. Only then did the plant soul realize her situation. She let out a soft cry, and the surrounding vines quickly wrapped her delicate body. "Brother, you're so naughty. Didn't you say that you can't see?" The plant soul was stunned as soon as she said that. That was because this time their communication was not on a spiritual level. Yes, she could speak. The plant soul was stunned, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Chiyu in a daze, and the surrounding vines were trembling slightly with her delicate body. "Brother, brother, I can speak." A knowing smile appeared on Chiyu's face. "Congratulations, plant spirit sister. It's a pity that I can't truly see your current appearance. What I saw earlier was only possible through the vine you created. As long as you retract it into your body, I won't be able to see anything." The plant soul blushed. At this moment, she did not care about being shy anymore. It had been 18 years. She finally had the ability to speak. That kind of joy was something that normal people could not understand. She quickly retracted the vine and dashed into Chi-Yu's arms like a bird flying into the woods. She hugged him and shouted and jumped excitedly. Her slender and voluptuous body kept rubbing against Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu was very happy when he felt the plant soul's excitement. However, the stimulation that the plant soul brought to his body was a little too much. Even though his heart was like dead water, he still had a physiological reaction. When the plant soul's excitement calmed down, Chi-Yu quickly took out a piece of his clothes from the Kirin pearl and covered her delicate body. "Brother, how can I thank you?" The plant soul looked at Chi-Yu with tears in her eyes. At that moment, Chi-Yu's face was a little pale because he had released a large amount of nature energy. The plant soul could feel the deathly still aura on his body more clearly. Since they had the same source of nature energy, the Nahua soul could sense Chi-Yu more clearly than the heavenly soul. She knew that something unusual must have happened to her brother. Chi-Yu smiled. It's only right for a brother to help his little sister. Look at you now, excited appearance. Listen to your clear voice. This is the best way to thank me. Cherish everything you have now. I believe that you will definitely become stronger in the future. The plant soul looked at Chi-Yu quietly. Gentle nature energy surrounded Chi-Yu's body and flowed into him. It wasn't just nature energy, it also contained the plant soul's kindness and gratitude towards Chi-Yu. Brother, thank you. Thank you so much. From now on, you are my family. As she spoke, the plant soul leaped into Chi-Yu's arms and hugged him tightly. There was no lust in that hug. Instead, it was a hug filled with affection. Just like Chi-Yu, she was also an orphan. At that moment, she was as happy as if she had found her brother in this vast world. A sense of satisfaction rose in Chi-Yu's heart as he gently stroked the plant soul's long hair. He knew that his trip this time had not been in vain. Little plant spirit sister, can you tell me, how did you make that vine grow from your hand just now? You should have sensed it as well. I also have nature energy on me, but it's impossible for me to conjure plants out of thin air like you. Is this your special ability? Chi-Yu asked curiously. The plant soul giggled and said, Silly brother, how could that be? Your nature energy is much stronger than mine. Moreover, the nature aura that you give off is the aura of a king. How could I do something that even you can't? Actually, the secret is very simple. Look. As she spoke, she opened her right palm in front of Chi-Yu. After she did this, she remembered that Chi-Yu was blind. She quickly grabbed his hand and stroked it gently on her right palm. The plant soul's little hand was not only soft, but also very smooth. As soon as he touched her hand, Chi-Yu came to a sudden realization. He blurted out, Seeds. The plant soul nodded and smiled as she hooked Chi-Yu's arm. She said, That's right, Seeds. I have participated in many Yellow Flame soul missions. Under many circumstances, it is impossible for me to have plants around me. Without plants, it is very difficult for me to use my abilities. Of course, I can become stronger in a forest or a place with many plants. However, it is impossible for me to not be able to use my abilities without plants. Therefore, seeds are extremely necessary. The nature energy that we have can completely help plants grow at an alarming rate. In that case, seeds can also work. Therefore, I always carry many kinds of seeds with me. There are poisonous ones, non-poisonous ones, tough ones, and so on. Chi-Yu slapped his forehead. That was really a wake-up call. Yes, if he did not have plants around him, could he not make plants himself? How much space could seeds take up? As long as he had seeds with him, he could make plants grow when he needed them. He could use them as his eyes and weapons. Thank you, Sister Plant Soul. You have shown me a new field. To be honest, after obtaining the nature energy, I have never known how to use it. Chi-Yu had already grasped something in his heart. He suddenly thought that under certain circumstances, all kinds of energy could be fused with each other. At the same time, they could also support each other. Although his Kirin's ability was far from the nature source, if he could support it well, he would definitely be able to increase his strength to another level. he would not be limited to Kirin's ability. Since the heavens had given him the nature source, he must make full use of it. Although it did not say how to use this ability, he knew that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to find a way to use it. Thinking of this, the light in Chi-Yu's eyes became even brighter. At this moment, the communication device in the room rang. "Master, are you all right?" It was Jida's voice. It turned out that he had felt that the energy fluctuations in the room were too frequent, and there were also some special fluctuations that caused the external defense energy of the metal room to be greatly impacted. Therefore, he had come to ask. Chi-Yu said, "I'm fine. You can come in." When Jida and the heavenly soul walked in from the outside, they could not help but widen their eyes when they saw the fully matured plant soul. Jida was dumbfounded. "Oh my God! Sister Plant Soul, did you take hormones? How did you become like this?" The plant soul giggled and said, "You're the one who took hormones. Can taking hormones make your body grow perfectly? I'm afraid there is no such technology in the world." The heavenly soul asked, "Then what's going on?" Chapter 214. Are you cold? The coldest part is yet to come. Chi-Yu chuckled as his body suddenly floated forward, sticking close to Yan Xiaoyi's back. Immediately after, Yan Xiaoyi felt a powerful force as his body flew uncontrollably out of the cave like a cannonball. With a plop, he fell into the frozen spring. Due to the shock of his pet, Treasure Danglong, he let out a miserable shriek before it abruptly stopped. Chi-Yu's body emitted a cold aura. "All right, do you want me to do it? Or do you want to jump down yourself?" Hu Guang said, "Boss, what's down there?" Chi-Yu smiled and said, "The frozen spring." "Ah, are you trying to freeze us to death?" "I won't go even if you beat me to death," Hu Guang said firmly. Chi-Yu said calmly but with a hint of evil, "I won't go even if I beat you to death? Does that mean I'll go if I can't kill you? You can go down now." An enormous energy aura surged forth without warning. It was impossible to dodge in this narrow ice cave. Although Hu Guang was not weak, he was still far from Chi-Yu's. In the blink of an eye, Hu Guang's body had already been flung away by Chi-Yu's enormous energy, causing him to let out a miserable cry. Chi-Yu's aura turned to the other Zodiac warriors. In fact, everyone knew that he would never harm them, but the temperature was too low. If they stayed in the water, wouldn't they be frozen? Ming Ming looked at Chi-Yu and said, "I'll go down myself." Of course, she had to support her husband. Hence, she was the first to jump down. With Ming Ming leading the way, Shangbing and the plant soul also jumped down. Hummer took a deep breath and said, "I'll go down myself too. Are we men not as good as these girls?" Perhaps they were provoked by his words, but without waiting for Chi-Yu to waste any more effort, the Zodiac Guardian God warriors had already drilled out of the cave and jumped into the incomparably cold frozen spring. 10 minutes passed quickly. Chi-Yu didn't even look at the frozen spring. He just waited quietly at the entrance of the cave. Every time a member of the Zodiac squad slid down, he would pat them with his palm. A warm, natural energy filled their hearts, and in the next moment, their bodies were sent into the frozen spring by Chi-Yu. Ruyue was the last to come down. When she came down, there was still no sound from the frozen spring. "There's no one up there, Chi-Yu. What kind of place is this?" Ruyue asked curiously. Chi-Yu said, "It's a very good place to train. The previous month was actually to prepare for today. Only when everyone's body strength reaches a certain level, then it's suitable to come here and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. All right, you should go down too. Although it's very cold, you should be able to feel that the energy molecules here are very pure, and they don't have any attributes. The cold can't cover the spirituality of the essence of heaven and earth." Ruyue nodded and was the last to jump into the frozen spring. Ruyue went down, and Chi-Yu also followed her out of the cave. However, his body didn't fall down but floated in the air. Ever since he left the ancient behemoth era, the black and white dragons have been staying here to train. The secret of the energy here was also told to him by the black and white dragons. Originally, when Chiyu chose to camp next to the Kunlun Mountains for training, he wanted to let the ninjas train in this complicated and difficult environment. But when he heard the black and white dragons talk about the truth of the energy in the frozen spring, he immediately had other ideas. After a few days of contemplation, he had come up with an absolutely feasible solution. Until today, when he felt that the bodies of the members of the 12 Zodiac squad were strong enough to handle all of this, he brought them here. Floating above the frozen spring, Chiyu could clearly see that every member of the 12 Zodiac squad that entered the frozen spring was now quietly floating on the surface of the frozen lake. Their faces had long been frozen to a pale green color. It should be known that although the water here had not frozen, the temperature was much, much lower than that of ice. Under the circumstances where they were not prepared and had used up a lot of energy to climb the mountain, there were only a few Zodiac guardian god warriors that were at least 5 cloud level and above. However, in order to use all of their strength to resist the surrounding cold, they all floated there with ashen faces. No one said a word, except for Ruiyue and Mingming, who looked at Chiyu with no change of expression. The others had a somewhat pleading look on their faces. Chiyu did not pay attention to them. Floating in the air, his spiritual force and the thundercloud force moved at the same time. First, a green light illuminated the dark space, followed by purple, red, and blue lights. Especially the blue light. In this place full of water energy molecules, it could better display its effect, allowing Chiyu to mobilize the water thundercloud force with greater ease. Faint green light spots appeared on the surface of Chiyu's body, condensing into green light balls that floated around his body. In about 5 minutes, Chiyu had already released more than 2/3 of the nature energy in his body, using his spiritual force to control the light balls around his body. Each light ball formed by the nature energy was pulled by an invisible thread formed by his spiritual force. The faint green light made Chiyu look a little strange. "Come," Chiyu suddenly shouted. The 4-colored thundercloud force that he emitted earlier suddenly became stronger, and the light balls formed by the nature energy looked like they were floating in a huge 4-colored ocean. Kirin's shadow rose from behind him. Ink Kirin's body stepped on the 4-colored auspicious cloud, and the black and silver horn on his head rose high, bursting with dazzling light. In an instant, Kirin's aura filled the entire cave. Chiyu's deep voice resounded throughout the entire space. With the nature energy as the guide, with Kirin's bloodline as the source, the ancient Kirin's aura explode in the tremor of life. His eyes, which had turned red due to his blindness, instantly turned bright silver, and Kirin's original energy suddenly became stronger, being released from his body without reservation. The huge energy aura constantly changed in the air, and the light balls formed by the nature energy began to condense with Chiyu's own energy. Kirin's energy was like a ribbon connecting them, floating downwards. Every light ball formed by the nature energy found a person in the water, and the bodies of the members of the 12 Zodiac teams in the water were immediately dyed green. In the next moment, the silver light in Chiyu's eyes became even stronger, and the silver light in his left eye gradually turned black. One black and one silver, looking full of an evil aura. At this moment, a huge amount of energy was completely released. The release of Kirin's original energy caused Chiyu's face to look a little pale. After a pause, Chiyu raised his right arm, and 5 rays of blood-red light burst out from the fingers of his right hand at the same time. The blood quickly condensed in the air, forming a blood-red light ball. The light ball floated in front of Chiyu's chest, facing the Kirin Pearl. Lin Bing Do Jiquan Quan formation, with Kirin's blood as the source, the ancient Kirin's power. I summon you in the name of Ink Kirin. Release Kirin's blood, and bless all the creatures in front of you. Kirin's energy, which was connected to more than 100 people below, had a touch of silver light. The blood pearl condensed in front of Chi-Yu began to melt, and strands of blood-red light were transmitted into each person's body through those threads. At this moment, everyone in the water trembled violently, as if they were enduring some kind of great pain. The water surface of the frozen spring also fluctuated rapidly, as if it was boiling. Chi-Yu's expression became somewhat solemn. He calmly looked at everything below and shouted, "Kirin's blessing for thundercloud force!" The 4 colors of thundercloud force spread out in all directions at the same time. Everyone received the support of Kirin's thundercloud force according to their different attributes. Under the effect of Kirin's thundercloud force, the pure energy contained in the frozen spring was also triggered. A faint layer of water mist rose from the boiling water surface and merged with everyone's body. During the process of the water mist merging, it also brought a large amount of energy into their bodies. Under the effect of the nature energy released by Chi-Yu and Kirin's origin energy, everyone's body quickly absorbed the foreign energy and quickly transformed it into something that belonged to them. What Chi-Yu wanted to do was very simple. He wanted to use his own energy as a medium to help the members of the 12 Zodiac absorb the huge amount of energy that had been condensed here for many years. Without the origin of nature, it would have been impossible to achieve this goal. At the same time, without Kirin's origin energy, if his 4 attributes of thundercloud force did not meet everyone's needs in different transformations, it would also have been impossible. At the same time, Chi-Yu also displayed one of Kirin's ultimate skills, which was Kirin's assimilation. Kirin's assimilation was a skill that Zagru taught to Chi-Yu. Assimilation was one of Kirin's ultimate skills. Although this skill did not have any attack or defense abilities, it could grant one of Kirin's abilities to each creature within its range. As for which ability the space granted, it depended on Kirin's own will. Every Kirin could use Kirin's assimilation. However, just like the life and death domain that Chi-Yu used to tame the Bull Demon King, this skill could only be used once in Kirin's life. At this moment, Chi-Yu used it. The ability that he granted to everyone present was one of Kirin's origin abilities, Kirin Shintaka. Yes, it was Kirin Shintaka. After learning Kirin's assimilation, Chi-Yu was reminded of the Ultralisk companions that the humans of various races had mentioned during the ancient Ultralisk era. It was undoubtedly very difficult and dangerous to obtain an almighty beast partner. However, everything would be much simpler if he had the Qilint's divine descent, which was the Qilint's origin ability. Because of this assimilation, Chi-Yu's Kirin's divine descent was reduced by 1. Fortunately, there was only the Bull Demon King in his body now, so Kirin's divine descent could still be used once. It was the first time in the entire history of Kirin to use Kirin's divine descent on such a large scale. Even Mo, who wouldn't dare to do this. After all, Kirin's origin energy could be said to be the foundation of Kirin. Once it was used excessively, the impact on Kirin's body would be immeasurable. However, Chi-Yu was different. He was Ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds. Compared to other Kirin, the origin energy that he possessed was not only very strange, but it was also much larger. In order to improve the strength of the 12 Zodiac teams, he decided to do this after much consideration. In the frozen spring, there was a large amount of neutral energy as a backup, which reduced his consumption to a minimum. The large amount of energy was continuously transmitted to the members of the 12 Zodiac teams as their bodies trembled. This time, not only did their bodies undergo a great transformation, but the energy in their bodies was also strengthened in the process of absorbing the energy. As long as one was human, they would be selfish. Chi-Yu was no exception. Although he was also promoting the growth of energy, he placed more of his attention on the Zodiac Guardian Warriors during the process of promoting the growth. After all, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were the foundation. As for the members of the 12 Zodiac teams, the internal energy of the frozen spring began to be transmitted according to Chi-Yu's instructions, and it quieted down again. This time, The period of quietness far exceeded Chi Yu's calculations. According to Chi Yu's calculations, he had originally thought that 3 days would be enough. However, by the time all the energy from the frozen spring had been absorbed by himself and the 12 Zodiac teams, a full 7 days had already passed. These 7 days were not only a process of cultivation, but also a process of being reborn. The sun shone brightly on the Kunlun mountain range. The snow-white icebergs reflected the sunlight, making the entire Kunlun mountain range look even purer. Looking back at the Kunlun mountain range behind them, the eyes of everyone in the 12 Zodiac teams were filled with complicated emotions. In this place, they had endured too much pain, but it was also here that they had reached an unprecedented peak. Mo Dandin jumped up and down in high spirits. One moment, she ran to the front of the group, and the next moment, she returned to the back of the group. Seeing that everyone seemed so friendly, the people who watched her running couldn't help but worry for her. What if her super round breasts broke out of her clothes? What kind of scene would that be? It was no wonder that Mo Dan was so excited. After all, when they left the Kunlun mountain range, Mo Dan found that not only did her strength greatly increase, but she also made great progress. From the 3-cloud realm that she had obtained in the previous month, she directly entered the 5-cloud realm. The same thing happened to Guanjing, who also reached the 5-cloud realm. Although Vol and Yen Xiaoi were also at the 5-cloud realm, their strength was already close to the 6-cloud realm. Without a doubt, the natural energy was the most abundant. The energy that had been accumulated in the frozen spring for many years was swept away by them, so it was normal for such a big change to occur. Among the Zodiac warriors, the one who changed the least was Ryue. She did not have any breakthrough and was still at the 7-cloud realm, but now she was infinitely close to the 8-cloud realm. One must know that the last 3 clouds of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were the hardest to advance. Other than Vol, Yen Xiaoi, Mo Dan, and Guanjing, the other 8 Zodiac Guardian Warriors had all reached the 6-cloud realm and above. Other than Changjia, who joined the Zodiac Guardian Warriors later and was at the 6-cloud realm, the other 7 were all at the 7-cloud realm, just to different degrees. Just like everyone else, Chi Yu finally reached the 7-cloud realm under the influence of the frozen spring's energy. However, although he had gained a lot from the 7 days of cultivation, he had also paid a huge price. When the cultivation ended, he almost fainted due to the excessive consumption of nature energy and Kiran's origin energy. He insisted on telling everyone their next destination before entering his own cultivation. The black and white dragons followed them out of the snow mountain. After all, Chi Yu did not go too far. Although the energy of the frozen spring had been completely drained under his guidance, the frozen spring still existed. With the divine power of Kunlun's illusion below as the foundation, the energy in the frozen spring would condense again. Right now, Chi Yu was sitting on the back of the black dragon. Others might not know the path of the ancient beasts, but the white dragon and the black dragon did. They were now leading the way, and their destination was the headquarters of the Earth Tribe's village. After more than a month of training, more than 100 members of the 12 Zodiacs, including Shangbing, Jida, and the Plant Soul, had been reborn. According to Chi Yu's plan, they needed to start training on a real battlefield. Under the baptism of blood and fire, they could grow further, and also better use the thundercloud force that they had improved to achieve the combat power corresponding to their realm. Among the 12 Zodiac Guardian God Warriors, there were always 4 of them by the Black Dragon's side to protect Chi Yu. The training in the Kunlun Mountains had made the 12 Zodiac Guardian God Warriors work very well together. At this time, although the black and white dragons were at the front, the 12 Zodiac Guardian God Warriors were moving forward in a semi-encirclement. There were 4 teams on the left and right and 4 teams behind them. The members of the teams on the periphery were always on high alert. Since the continent was covered by the primeval forest during the era of the ancient beasts, the Wood-type Shin family members took the initiative to take on the task of scouting the periphery. under the improvement of Qi Yu's source of nature. Their perception of plants was many times stronger than before. As long as someone came within a kilometer of them, they would be alerted. It had been 5 days since they left the Kunlun Mountains, but Qi Yu was still in the state of training. Everyone could often see a faint green light emitting from Qi Yu's body, and the energy particles around him were much stronger than in other places. Snow Girl asked the Black Dragon, "Big Brother, how far are we from the earthly race's headquarters?" The Black Dragon thought for a moment and said, "If we keep going like this, it will take about 10 days. It's a pity that Qi Yu is now in the middle of training. Otherwise, with the size of the White Dragon and I, we can definitely fly with you more than 100 people. In that case, we can reach the destination in at most 3 or 4 days." Qi Yu is currently mainly absorbing natural energy, and the effect of absorbing it on the ground and in the air was completely different. In order to recover as soon as possible, everyone chose to travel on the ground. Speaking up to this point, the Black Dragon's purple eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, it seems like the aura of the ancient beasts." Everyone stopped for a moment. His perception was naturally much stronger than the Shen family members. Looking at the serious light in the Black Dragon's eyes, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors subconsciously surrounded Qi Yu, and each team also maintained a battle formation, ready to deal with any sudden changes. Sure enough, not long after, everyone felt a strong pressure coming from the air. The pressure came from the sky, and in the distance, the bright sky suddenly darkened. "Oh my God, what is that?" the plant soul screamed. She saw that it was not a dark cloud floating in the distance. It seemed to be some kind of creature. The creatures flying at the front were huge, and they could travel hundreds of meters with a single flap of their wings. There were close to 200 of them. Not only did they give off a strong pressure, but they also blocked the sunlight. The plant soul was shocked by the creature's presence. As they gradually approached, Ryua first saw what they were, because most of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors had seen this kind of creature, and it was also this kind of creature that made Qi Yu use the ultimate Kirin arm. Yes, it was the golden-winged eagle, and it was an army of golden-winged eagles. The golden-winged eagle flying in the front had a wingspan of more than 15 meters, and its huge body reflected a golden luster under the sun. The strong aura was mainly released from its body. Behind it were 4 golden-winged eagles with wingspans of about 10 meters. The figures behind them were much smaller. Most of them only had wingspans of about 5 to 8 meters. However, with their wings and bodies, they were more than 5 meters wide, which was shocking enough. The number of more than 200 golden-winged eagles looked terrifying. Ryua asked Black Dragon, "Are they coming for us?" Black Dragon shook his head. "Impossible. They are the Wisdom King's clansmen." From the looks of it, this number is at least a third of the Wisdom King's clansmen. In the entire golden-winged eagle clan, there are no more than 15 that have reached the strength of 10,000 years, and there are 5 of them here. Among them, the one at the front, although its strength isn't as strong as the Wisdom King's, it seems to have a cultivation of nearly 20,000 years. In the ancient era of giant beasts, it was definitely the strongest among the strong. The golden-winged eagle clan has a natural restraining effect on reptilian ancient giant beasts like us. With so many of them appearing at once, it's best for us to avoid them. Ryua smiled bitterly. "We have so many people, and you guys are so big, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to avoid them." Black Dragon glanced at the members of the 12 Zodiac squad beside him. Although they were facing a huge pressure from the sky, each of them had a resolute look on their faces. They weren't the slightest bit intimidated by the golden-winged eagles in the sky. Black Dragon said, "If it was a month ago, I would definitely tell you to run away, but now it's not like we don't have the strength to fight. Of course, this can only be done under Qi Yu's leadership. After all, in the battle of the ancient giant beasts, the most important thing is the clash between the strongest of the two sides. I wonder how much Qi Yu's strength has recovered." Ryua nodded. After all, the strength of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors has reached the 5-cloud realm, so it's not like they don't have the strength to fight. For example, she was close to the 8-cloud realm, so her overall strength wasn't much weaker than Black Dragon. If she could break through to the 8-cloud realm, perhaps even Black Dragon wouldn't be her opponent. Smiling faintly, the light in Ryue's eyes brightened. If people don't offend me, then I won't offend them. Everyone, stay where you are. If they don't attack us, then we'll let them know the power of the 12 Zodiac Squad. All Zodiac Guardian Warriors, return to your squads. Snow Girl, Shangbing, Plant Soul, Jita, I'll leave Chiyu to you. Please protect him. Jita said, Don't worry, Ria, as long as we're still breathing. We won't let those feathered beasts hurt Chiyu. Ryuen nodded, floated up, and returned to her squad. The members of the 12 Zodiac Squad began to effectively combine, regrouping according to the 4 major families. Although this disrupted the original order of the squad, it was the only way to maximize their strength. Closer and closer, the golden-winged eagle legion in the sky had clearly noticed the humans and the black and white dragons below. For fierce beasts like the golden-winged eagle legion, the Nei Pale of the reptilian ancient giant beast was undoubtedly their favorite. If the ancient giant beast was strong enough, Nei Pale could even increase their strength by several hundred years. For beasts like the black and white dragons, who were obviously 10,000 years old, Nei Pale could even increase their strength by more than 1,000 years. For these fierce beasts, humans were negligible. Therefore, as soon as they discovered the black and white dragons, the leading golden-winged eagle legion immediately let out a loud cry. A total of 200 golden-winged eagles immediately spread out in formation, forming an arc as they surrounded the humans below. While flying at a lower altitude, they released their own golden light. At this moment, Chiyu, who had been sitting on the back of the black and white dragons, suddenly opened his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, Beasts have delivered themselves to our doorstep. Speaking of which, we don't need to be polite. It seems that the 12 Zodiac Squad has become the Air Force. Chapter 215. Shangbing forcefully punched Chiyu's back. You're so annoying. Do you have an ordinary friend like this? Do you hug a friend when you see him? Wet, you're a hooligan, a hateful hooligan. Her voice became choked with sobs as she continuously hammered Chiyu. However, her heart had already softened. Come with me, okay? Chiyu said somewhat pleadingly. Shangbing's eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. Sure, but I have a condition. What condition? Shangbing said. I can see that you still have a lot of things to do right now. It's fine if you want me to go with you. But you have to promise me that after you finish your own things, you have to chase after me again. And you have to chase after me according to my instructions. Ah, chase after you again? How do you want me to chase after you? Shangbing's words couldn't help but make Chiyu curious, but her soft tone still made Chiyu feel happy in his heart. Shangbing raised her head and bit Chiyu's ear. The leopard girl's shrewdness was once again displayed. It's very simple. Chasing after a girl is actually a very easy thing. As long as you do as I say, not only me, I'm afraid no girl will be able to resist. Chiyu smiled slightly and said, Ah, why didn't I know that there was such a killing move? Tell me about it. The corner of Shangbing's mouth revealed a trace of a mischievous smile and said, First of all, you have to bring me back to your villa on a romantic night. The most luxurious castle-style villa. Chiyu giggled and said, Aren't you being too direct? If I were to bring a girl back to the villa when I meet her, I'm afraid she would really think of me as a hooligan. Shangbing unhappily bit him again and said, You're so annoying. Who asked you to think that way? Can't you be a little more pure? You hooligan. You have to do that when you bring me back to the villa. I think your brain is filled with sperm. You're not allowed to interrupt me, do you hear me? Okay, go ahead. Chiyu lowered his head slightly and put it between Shangbing's head and shoulder. He sniffed the faint, virgin fragrance on her delicate body and the sad aura on his body gradually disappeared. Among his girlfriends, Ming Ming was lively and cheerful. When Ting was gentle and elegant, Ryue was overbearing and full of the aura of a strong person, and Shangbing in front of him was like a hot pepper, always giving him a hot feeling. Born in the dark parliament, she did not care as much as ordinary girls. She did as she pleased, and Chi Yu liked her character more and more. Shangbing said, "When we arrive at the villa, you have to take me to a room with a high-quality sound system and play a beautiful classical piano piece. Then fill the humidifier with red wine produced in 1982 from the Lafayette Fosy Manor, so that the room is filled with the rich aroma of red wine. Extinguish the lights in the room and light candles, so that the smell of red wine and that faint red color fill the entire room. Then open a bottle of Louis XIII, Deputy Representative, and taste the taste of dry bar with me, and dance to the wonderful piano." As she spoke, her eyes became a little hazy, as if she had been completely intoxicated in that wonderful atmosphere. Chi Yu thought for a moment and said with a smile, "You girls really know how to enjoy, but it is indeed very romantic. This doesn't seem to be difficult to achieve. The price of the wine should add up to about 100,000. As for the villa, I can rent one. I still have this amount of money, but although it is wasteful, it seems that it is not enough to make any girl fall for it." Shangbing said impatiently, "You only know how to talk about money. It is not romantic at all. I haven't finished yet. Just now, these are just appetizers." Listening to Shangbing's fantasy, Chi Yu's mood became much more relaxed. Okay, it's my fault. Go on, I will definitely satisfy you just now." Shangbing said, "Early the next morning, you have to drive to pick me up. Pay attention to the car. You have to use a special edition, Mach 62. Chi Yu stared blankly for a moment before replying, "I know about the Mach 62, and I've even sat in it before. But what do you mean by special edition?" "This seems a little expensive. A few million." Shangbing said angrily, "When did you become so stink of money? Don't talk about money anymore. Besides, a few million is not enough to buy a special edition Mach 62. The so-called special edition means that the interior is completely decorated with platinum, gold, and diamonds. It is not very expensive, tens of millions of RMB. You can also customize it according to your requirements. I like the black interior with these decorations. That is cool enough." Tens of millions, and you say it is not expensive. Shangbing, you are too talented." Chi Yu couldn't help but tease her. Shangbing ignored him and continued, "In the special edition Mach 62, we will go directly to the airport, then take your private Gulfstream V to Athens. After arriving in Athens, we will go to the Aegean Sea, and then take the world's most luxurious yacht, Wugan Blade, to swim in the Aegean Sea. In this case, you barely pass. Hey, Chi Yu, what happened to you?" As she spoke, she suddenly found that Chi Yu's body was becoming more and more stiff. A cold aura was emitted from his body, fluctuating unstably. Gulfstream V private jet, yacht, Athens, Aegean Sea. When these words were connected, it immediately evoked the pain that Chi Yu had buried in his heart not long ago. His pale, red eyes gradually turned red, and the energy in his body was violently fluctuating uncontrollably. The huge energy aura filled Shangbing with fear. A furious roar erupted from Chi Yu's mouth as he abruptly released his grip on Shangbing. His body soared into the sky as a pair of black and scarlet gold wings appeared on his back. Following the release of an enormous energy aura, he fiercely waved his hand towards the sky. Immediately, a beam of light with a diameter of 1 meter shot into the sky, a mixture of purple, blue, red, and green. The huge energy aura caused the plants on the ground to tremble. The tyrannical aura seemed to sweep through the surrounding area of 1,000 square meters. The window of Shangbing's police car was completely shattered, and the light beam that Chi Yu shot out suddenly exploded after reaching the horizon. A piece of cloud that had just floated over was crushed by the huge energy. At that moment, Even the sunlight seemed to have dimmed a lot. Floating in the air, the four wings on Qi Yu's back flapped gently. A punch could not completely vent the pain in his heart, but he gradually calmed down. What's wrong with me? Didn't I already decide to start all over again? But why am I still in so much pain? Qi Yu hated it. He hated that he still could not forget that woman, could not forget those days in Athens. But what he could not forget even more was the deep pain that woman brought him. The four temples disappeared, and Qi Yu returned to the ground. His white hair had been dyed reddish gold. Although he did not undergo origin mutation, the energy that he emitted made it difficult for Shangbing to even maintain a standing posture. After all, the four auspicious Kirin, who was close to the 7-cloud level, was too powerful. Qi Yu, are you crazy? Shangbing looked at him in shock, and tears flowed in her eyes. I just told you about my dream. Even if you don't want to agree, you don't have to. Just as she said that, Qi Yu had already rushed in front of her. He hugged her body tightly in his arms and kissed Shangbing's smooth face madly. His gaze looked a little crazy, and his aura was filled with a domineering feeling. I'm sorry, Shangbing. Two warm kisses suddenly blocked Qi Yu's mouth, covering the rest of his words. Shangbing seemed to want to release all the shock that she had just experienced. She kissed Qi Yu back madly. The two of them hugged each other tightly next to the police car. After a long time, when their breathing became restless due to the long period of kissing, this crazy action stopped. After the madness, Shangbing became gentle. Qi Yu, what happened to you? Qi Yu's gaze became a little dull. Greece, Athens. Not long ago, I took the Gulf Stream V to go there. I also swam in the Aegean Sea on her yacht. If not for her, I would not have become like this. Klinsmann would not have died, the Emperor's heart Snow Lotus would not have died, and Wen-Ting would not have died either. I was blind. I deserved it because I had eyes but could not see. I could not see her real purpose. I am the dumbest fool in the world. Although Qi Yu's words were very vague, Shangbing had already come to a sudden realization from his words. No wonder his reaction was so intense. It turned out that so many things had happened. Especially when he heard Qi Yu say that he was blind, he finally understood why he had not looked at him. How could a blind person focus his eyes? They hadn't seen each other for 8 months. Although she had been waiting bitterly, the man in front of her had experienced far more pain than she had. His eyes had gone blind, and his hair had turned white. It was obvious that it had something to do with what he had just said. No wonder the aura of sadness on his body was so strong. In this situation, he still did not forget him and still took the initiative to find him. This had already proved everything. Holding Qi Yu's big hand, Shangbing said softly, "Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I will go back with you." She did not want the police car, nor did she want her own job. For Qi Yu, Shangbing also gave up everything that she had with great difficulty. In his warm embrace, the two flew directly back to Dragon Field Courtyard. When they landed on the lawn of Dragon Field Courtyard, Yan Xiaoi was taking a walk outside. Seeing that Qi Yu had brought back a woman, he could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. However, at this time, there was a feeling of joy in his heart. In some aspects, he and Qi Yu were very similar, and that was towards women. Seeing that Qi Yu had brought back a beauty, Yan Xiaoi could not help but be happy for him, because only this Qi Yu was the original ruffian. This also proved that the blow he had received had gradually been released. Wow, boss, you're too strong. Even a policewoman is fine. The uniform is so tempting. Yan Xiaoi smiled evilly as he walked towards Qi Yu and Shangbing. Qi Yu slightly frowned and said, "Are you ready? We will leave tomorrow." Yan Xiaoi looked at Shangbing and suddenly felt his eyes light up. Although in terms of appearance, Shangbing was slightly inferior to Riyue and Mingming. However, her European-style perfect figure and her invisible hot body, coupled with her police uniform, were all filled with strong temptation. She was definitely a top-quality product. Boss was indeed boss. Although he could no longer see, his ability to choose beauties had not decreased in the slightest. However, what made him somewhat confused was that although Chi-Yu had brought back a woman, his aura did not seem to be as relaxed as he had imagined. Not only was his face as cold as before, even the sorrow on his body had not diminished. "Boss, we have already prepared everything. Don't worry, this time no one will slack off." Chi-Yu's expression became a little calmer. He pulled Shangbing past Yan Xiaoyi, patted his shoulder, and said, "Good brother, from now on, we, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, will not be bullied by anyone." Ming Ming had already woken up from her cultivation, although her strength had only recovered by 50%. During the 5 days of treatment by Chi-Yu, her body had really adjusted. To Chi-Yu's surprise, when he brought Shangbing back, whether it was Ruyue, Ming Ming, or the Snow Girl who had once confessed to him, none of them had any dissatisfaction. Instead, they happily accepted Shangbing's existence. Ruyue had seen Shangbing before. She affectionately pulled Shangbing away and arranged a room for her in the villa. Although they did not say it, Chi-Yu understood that the reason they did this was because they did not want to provoke him in any way. Their affection made him very touched. This was his home. Shangbing had already been brought back, so it was time to seal his heart. Only the women who had been deeply imprinted in his heart were left. Chi-Yu did not say much, but he swore in his heart that from now on, no matter how beautiful a woman was, he would never touch her, and he would never let his women suffer any harm. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, bringing warmth to the world, and the plants began to breathe, 3 luxury buses quietly drove into the Dragon Field courtyard. The Dragon Field courtyard occupied a lot of land. Compared to ordinary villas, its garden area was at least 10 times larger. The total area was comparable to some of the super mansions abroad. Therefore, the entrance of the 3 luxury buses did not make the garden look crowded. The doors opened, and young men and women dressed in green, gold, red, and blue quickly got off the luxury buses. Although they were very fast, their movements were very light. There were a total of 120 young people on the 3 luxury buses, but they did not make the slightest sound. They were dressed according to the color of their clothes. They stood in 4 rows, facing the direction of the villa, and waited quietly. Each of these young people seemed to be in the best condition. Their calm expressions were tinged with excitement. Although they were all different in height and weight, they all had one thing in common, and that was their youth. Even the oldest among them looked to be in his 20s. The ratio of men to women was about 7-3. 120 people, 240 gazes, focused in the same direction, waiting quietly. The luggage system of the luxury bus sent the young people's luggage out from the track under the bus, and after placing them on the ground, it started again and left the Dragon Field courtyard. Chi-Yu sat cross-legged on his bed. After finding Shangbing, Ruyue had been accompanying her, explaining the situation clearly to her. Chi-Yu did not want to waste time, so he put the weapons brought by Hu Guang and Yi An's subordinates into his Kirin orb, and had been cultivating until now. It was not until he felt the aura coming from the garden outside that he woke up from his meditative state and restrained his thundercloud force. The 4 types of thundercloud force in his body circulated in an orderly manner. They first passed through the 12 standard meridians, then passed through the conception and governing vessels to enter the 7 meridians, and finally gathered together in the dantian. Under Chi-Yu's deliberate cultivation these days, his 4 types of thundercloud force had always maintained a state of balance. Although he did not feel that the progress was fast, Chi-Yu clearly found that cultivating each type of thundercloud force separately was very effective. Moreover, at the end of each cultivation, the 4 types of thundercloud force would maintain a state of balance, making the thundercloud force feel very solid. Because of the balance of thundercloud force, there would only be an effect of mutual enhancement and would never have an effect of mutual suppression. This made it so that when he cultivated, he did not need to expend extra effort to restrain his thundercloud force to avoid qigong deviation. The door opened, and Ryua walked in from outside. She happened to see Chiyu open his lifeless eyes. She walked to Chiyu's side and squatted down, holding Chiyu's hand, and said, "They're here." Chiyu nodded and said, "Is everyone ready?" Ryua nodded and said, "Everyone is ready, we're just waiting for you now. I've already asked the servants to gather in the hall. No one will find out. If we go there this time, what will happen to Kirin Group? I'm afraid it won't do without someone in charge." Chiyu thought about it and said, "There's no other way now. Improving the overall strength is the most important thing. We can come back a few times in the map and get the fruits back. It's a pity that the Kunlun mirrors can only be controlled by Snow Girl. Otherwise, I can rest assured with her here. How is Shangbing? Can she get used to being with everyone?" Ryua looked at him deeply and said, "Shangbing's character is a little cold. Maybe it has something to do with her previous experience. However, I think she will get better after spending more time with everyone." Chiyu stood up and at the same time pulled Ryua up as well. "Do you blame me for bringing her back?" Ryua smiled and said, "If I say no, of course it would be a lie. But now, you are no longer the impulsive little boy you used to be. I know you must have your own reasons for doing this. Don't worry, no matter what you want to do, I will support you." Chiyu held Ryua's hand and kissed it gently on the lips. "I made you worry. All right, we should go out too." Feeling the emotions revealed by Chiyu, Ryua's eyes showed a trace of a knowing smile. She knew that her man had gradually come out of his sadness. Although he could not really return to his previous self, she somewhat liked the current situation. The current him was more like a mature man. The two of them walked out of the room hand in hand and went directly to the hall on the first floor of the villa. All the Zodiac guardian god warriors were waiting there quietly. Each of them had a big box with some of their belongings and clothes. When Vol saw Chiyu coming down, he hurried to greet him. "Boss, everyone is ready. Shall we go now?" Chiyu nodded and said, let's go outside first. Snow Girl, Shangbing, come with me." He waved in the direction where he felt the aura of the two women. Snow Girl and Shangbing walked together to Chiyu's side. Snow Girl seemed to have returned to her previous iceberg appearance. Only when she saw Chiyu would the ice on her pretty face melt a little. "Dad." Snow Girl called softly. Chiyu said, "This time we will go to the ancient behemoth era together. We will temporarily put aside the matter of Kirin Group. When we have prepared enough fruits, we will send them back. You should also participate in this training. It will be good for your strength. However, I have to remind you in advance that once the training starts, I will treat everyone equally. You have to be mentally prepared." Shangbing looked at Chiyu with some surprise. "You are not really going to travel through space, are you?" Chiyu smiled bitterly. "Just like how you didn't believe that I would detoxify you, I have never lied to you. When you get there, you will naturally understand. The people from the 4 great families are already here. Let's go, everyone, follow me." As he said that, he took the lead and walked out of the villa. The door opened, and the 120 outstanding young people from the 4 great families who were waiting outside subconsciously puffed out their chests. Most of them had a bit of curiosity in their eyes as they waited for the people inside to come out. From their teachers, they had a rough idea of the situation this time, but they didn't know what they were going to do. The first thing they saw was a tall figure in a black shirt and black trousers. In early autumn, such attire seemed a little dull. What surprised them even more was that this tall man had long white hair. The pale color formed a sharp contrast with the black clothes on his body. It was easy to give these young people a strong visual impact. What surprised them even more was that this man did not look very old. He seemed to be about the same age as them, but they did not know where his white hair, which looked like that of an old man, came from. Following closely behind Chiyu, more than 10 people walked out in a line. When they saw the people in front, these young people from the four great families couldn't help but be attracted. Ruyue's nobility, Snow Girl's coldness, Mingming's indifference, and Shangbing's fiery eyes all had a strange attraction to them. Not to mention the boys. Even the girls among these young people couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the four great beauties. The four women had their own characteristics, but all of them were super beauties that were one in 10,000. Someone once said that women were the best ornaments for men. At this time, the four women walked out from behind Chiyu at the same time. The four beauties with different expressions and temperaments set off Chiyu's special temperament. It was undoubtedly very eye-catching. Even if Chiyu wasn't handsome, his temperament was enough to make up for his shortcomings. That invisible feeling of coolness was what the modern girls liked the most. Of course, when these young people saw the different shapes of the Zodiac guardian warriors behind Chiyu, they couldn't help but be taken aback. At least half of them didn't look like normal people. Vol and Mo Dan, who had a figure like a globe Huguang, who was wearing a pair of broken shoes, disheveled clothes, and a pair of glasses as thick as the bottom of a bottle. Ian, who was no less wretched than him. Changjia, who had a strong aura of Hummer and Guanjing. These people didn't look like good people no matter how one looked at them. Chiyu's walking speed wasn't fast, but those who paid attention could see that every step he took was the same distance, and every step he took made no sound. He only stopped when he was 20 meters away from the four families. The four beauties and the other Zodiac guardian warriors stopped in a fan shape in front of Chiyu, holding their luggage in their hands. Stopping, Chiyu used his spiritual power to distinguish the different families of the 120 people 20 meters in front of him. After all, their energy characteristics were very obvious. Hello, welcome to the Dragon Field courtyard. Chiyu had a faint smile on his face. The young people didn't say anything, looking at this young man who was about the same age as them. Although Chiyu's temperament had surprised them a lot, they still couldn't believe it when they thought about what their masters had said. These people in front of them were actually the strongest forces in the East. In the last battle in Tianqiang Mountain, the four families had brought their strongest warriors, who were all above 30 years old. Almost none of these young people had participated in the battle, so they hadn't seen the strength of Chiyu and the Zodiac guardian warriors. I'm very happy that the four great clans have made such a wise decision. Before coming here, I'm sure that your masters have already introduced us a little. After discussing with them, your clans have agreed that from today onwards, for the next 5 years, you will no longer belong to the four great clans, but will be my subordinates. Although you have already come here, I still hope that you will come willingly. After this moment, even if you want to regret it, it will be impossible. If anyone has any questions, you can ask. This is your last chance. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. The young man standing at the front of the Shin family took a step forward and stared straight into Chiyu's eyes. In a clear voice, he said, "As members of the family, we will naturally follow the orders of the family without any hesitation. Just as you said, the family has already given us a certain description of your side's strength. However, we all want to know who we will be serving in the next 5 years. This is my first question. At the same time, I also want to know what we will be doing in the next 5 years." Chiyu's spiritual power enveloped the young man who had walked out. He found that this young man was definitely one of the best out of the 120 people. Not only did his energy have a very strong foundation, but it also had very little impurities. Although he didn't know what his ability was, Chiyu could feel that this young man had a lot of potential. From his tone, which was neither servile nor overbearing, he could also hear that this young man's character seemed to be good. Chiyu smiled slightly and said, "These 2 questions of yours are not difficult to answer. First, I can tell you very frankly that among the leaders of the 4 families, at least half of them are hostile to us. However, they don't dare to easily become enemies with us. In this situation, they still chose to send you here. Naturally, it is because there is a profit to be made. From now on, the people standing in front of you, including me, should be the dozen or so people standing in front of you. Father, the leaders of the family should have told you that our organization is called the Zodiac Guardian God. The young man said slightly angrily, Sir, it seems that your description of our family is a bit too extreme. Our 4 families have a long history. I hope that you can give us enough respect. The corner of Chi-Yu's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a strange look. Respect? I can only tell you that those who respect others will be respected. As for why I said that, you can ask about it when you return to your families in the future. Perhaps the leaders of your clans didn't tell you what benefits the 4 big clans could get by sending you here to listen to my command. I can tell you frankly that the benefits the 4 big clans will get are power, real power. I can also answer the second question you asked just now. It's very simple. From the moment you began to follow my orders in the next 5 years, your mission is to defend the dignity of the East in all aspects, to protect everything in the Yanhuang Republic. TSK, this kind of high-profile talk again. Do you have anything else to say? Even if you are perfunctory, you don't have to say it like this. In the Su family's team, a young man standing at the back tilted his head and said with some disdain. He had dyed red hair and a medium build. He looked at Chi-Yu with obvious contempt. Chi-Yu, do you think I am perfunctory? Chapter 216. There were a total of 120 youths from the 4 major families. Although the others did not speak, the way they looked at Chi-Yu and the rest clearly showed that although they were here on orders from their families, they did not think much of Chi-Yu and the rest. The 4 major families had deep roots in Yanhuang, and these youths were the cream of the crop of the younger generation in their families. Who wouldn't have some pride? Especially when they saw how young Chi-Yu was, the arrogance in their hearts unknowingly surged even more. Chi-Yu was silent for 5 seconds before speaking again. I've already answered your questions. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I know that you guys are a little dissatisfied with my commands. However, what I can tell you is that from today onwards, as long as you can persevere, your strength will at least double. Listen carefully, I said at least. The red-haired youth was clearly a troublemaker in the Su family. He swayed his shoulders and walked to the front of the Su family team. You think we can improve just because you say so? Are you going to give us stimulants? Su Dong snorted coldly. Su Zheng, no one will think you're a mute if you speak less. Su Zheng snorted and said, It was this brother of yours who asked us to ask questions. Can't he let me speak my mind? Then what's the point of putting on an act? Chi-Yu smiled slightly and stopped Su Dong from continuing. He turned to Su Zheng and said, We are all protectors of the East, so there is no point in saying more. Let strength prove everything. From the looks of it, you should be quite a character among the younger generation of the Su family. If we don't take it back, how do you compare to Su Dong? Su Zheng looked at Chi-Yu and said proudly, I dare not say anything else, but in terms of overall strength, I can at least be in the top 100 of those under 30 in the Su family. I haven't seen my cousin Su Dong for a long time, but I estimate that he can at most last 10 minutes against me. This time, Su Dong did not stop him. Instead, he smiled and said to Chi-Yu, This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach him a lesson. If he doesn't see the outside world, he will forever be a frog at the bottom of a well. Chi-Yu patted Su Dong's shoulder and said, He said you can't last 10 minutes against him. What about you? Is 1 minute enough? The smile on Su Dong's face became a little strange. He had always disliked this cousin of his. Just now, in front of so many people, he had actually said that he wouldn't be able to last more than 10 minutes in his hands. No need. I think 30 bars at most will be enough. Chi-Yu nodded and said, Then 30 seconds. With that, he turned around and walked towards the 4 girls. Su Dong took a step forward. The youths from the 4 clans only saw their eyes light up. He was already in front of Su Zheng. He raised 3 fingers and said, 30 seconds. If I can't beat you in 30 seconds, Then I will write my name backwards in the future. Let's begin." Su Zheng was furious. He flung his red hair and said, "Don't you need to pay taxes for bragging? Be careful." With a muffled bang, a huge flame instantly ignited on his body. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. His own strength was indeed the foundation of his arrogance. In an instant, the golden red flame had completely enveloped his body. The temperature of the entire dragon field courtyard suddenly rose. The youths from the 4 clans behind him subconsciously retreated, giving him space to display his skills. Su Dong stood there without moving. He looked at the burning flame on Su Zheng's body and shook his head. He said, "You still like to show off. You have a lot of energy, but you have also wasted a lot. You still have 20 seconds. Su Zheng, who was in the flame, heard Su Dong's teasing. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Are you training your mouth? Take this." His hands suddenly closed in front of his body and then pushed forward at the same time. The flame around his body suddenly spread, bringing with it a scorching airflow and twisting air. It formed a wall of flame with a diameter of more than 3 meters, directly rushing towards Su Dong. Su Dong was still standing there. His right hand had been raised at some point in time. Just as the flames were about to reach him, a milky white brilliance suddenly lit up and condensed on the surface of his palm. Compared to the enormous energy aura that Su Zheng was releasing, the brilliance on his hand was almost negligible. The wall of flame arrived in front of Su Dong, but it stopped right before he raised his hand. No matter how Su Dong pushed, the wall of flame could not advance any further. With Su Dong's hand as the center, the wall of flame had already begun to cave in. Su Dong smiled slightly and said, "Looks like I won't need 30 seconds. Let's end this." A milky white light suddenly rushed out from his palm. The youths from the 4 clans only felt the scorching temperature suddenly drop. In the next moment, Su Dong was already standing in front of Su Zheng. His raised right hand had already grabbed Su Zheng's neck, lifting his body directly off the ground. Su Zheng struggled in fear, but he could not use any of his strength. Among the Zodiac guardian god warriors, Qi Yu was undoubtedly the strongest, followed by Ryue and then Su Dong, Ming Ming, and the rest. Before Qi Yu appeared, Su Ku was Ryue's. With his strength at the 6 clouds level, not to mention Su Zheng, even the head of the Su family would not be a match for him. The huge difference in strength made the battle extremely simple. Su Zheng did not stand a chance at all. Su Dong's hand loosened, and Su Zheng's body naturally slid down. His feet were unsteady, and he took a few steps back before he could regain his balance. He looked at Su Dong with eyes filled with shock. Ever since he was young, his impression of Su Dong had always been that of an ignorant and incompetent, good-for-nothing playboy. It was only because his elders had a higher status in the Su family that he was valued more. He had never imagined that Su Dong's true strength would be so strong that he had no chance of resisting him at all. Su Dong floated up, and with a leap he returned to Qi Yu's side. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." In less than 30 seconds, Qi Yu nodded his head and said to the 120 youths, "All of you should have already seen that in the face of absolute power, there is no way to play any tricks. Although not everyone among the Zodiac guardian god warriors is as strong as Su Dong, their combined strength is definitely more than the combined strength of 12 Su Dongs, even under such circumstances. We may not be able to take the initiative in the future crisis. Therefore, this time after discussing with the 4 major families, we let you come here and join our camp. I am not exaggerating. In the near future, we, the Guardians of the East, will have to face challenges from all sides. Therefore, as long as we have stronger strength, we can better protect the East and protect our motherland. I know that in your respective families, you are the cream of the crop of the younger generation. But this is far from enough. I'm not afraid that you won't like to hear it, but the 4 major families are enough to affect the situation of Yan Huang in the world. Therefore, you have to improve your own strength and also improve the strength of your 4 major families. Su Dong had defeated Su Zheng in one move, and this had completely shocked all the youths present. Among these 120 people, there were definitely no more than 10 who could defeat Su Zheng, and if they really fought, it would not be a quick victory. The confidence in their hearts had begun to waver in the face of Su Dong's simple palm, and the expressions on their faces changed. I'll give you all one more chance. You can choose the 10 strongest among you and have a match with me. You can use your strongest skills. From the outside, the human body can be divided into 6 parts, namely the head, the torso, and the 4 limbs. You can choose any one of the 6 parts. As long as you can hold on for 5 minutes without being struck by me, you win. From now on, the Zodiac guardian god would obey the orders of the 4 great families. If you lose, then for the next 5 years, I will be your boss. For the next 5 years, you will have nothing to do with the 4 great clans. At that time, if anyone disobeyed my orders, there would only be one result. Although Qi Yu did not say what the result was, these young people naturally understood what he meant from his cold tone. As he spoke, Qi walked out. Each of the 4 great families sent a young man to gather together for a discussion. In fact, Su Dong's strength had fully proved that the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were not just for show. However, the conditions proposed by Qi Yu were too tempting. Moreover, they also wanted to try again to see how big the gap between them and the Zodiac Guardian Warriors was. Therefore, after a simple discussion, 10 of them walked out of the team. Among them, the Shen family and the Yu family sent 2 people each, while the Luo family and the Zhou family sent 3 people each. The 10 young people, 8 men and 2 women, slowly walked forward and surrounded Qi Yu. The young man from the Shen family who raised the question said, "We have thought about it. We will choose your head. You said to knock us down in 5 minutes. Please remember that." After saying this, he lowered his head in shame. Of course, he knew that it was a very cheap trick. He also could not think of how a person could launch an attack with his head. Qi Yu said indifferently, "Okay, I will not use any skills, and the other 5 parts of my body will not move. Okay, you can start. 5 minutes." The young man from the Shen family winked at the others around him. Obviously, they had discussed it. 5 minutes was not long, but it was not short either. Before they came up, they had already thought of a countermeasure. After Qi Yu said start, the 2 people sent by the Su family ran away as fast as they could. Although they did not have the ability to fly, their jumping ability was very amazing. In almost a few flashes, they were already 100 meters away from Qi Yu. As for the other 8 people, they each displayed the strength of their families. 3 attacks of different attributes simultaneously blocked every angle of Qi Yu's body. In their opinion, even if Qi Yu still had the ability to attack, it was impossible for him to use his head to defeat them and catch up with the 2 people from the Su family in 5 minutes. 5 minutes would soon pass. Qi Yu had said that the other 5 parts of his body would not move, so it was impossible for him to catch up with the 2 people who had escaped. Although it seemed like a little shameless, the rules were set by Qi Yu, so from the beginning, they felt that the balance of victory had tilted in their favor. Qi Yu did not even look at the 8 people who were attacking him. Of course, he did not see them at all. Just when the 8 people around him attacked at the same time, he moved. It was not his body, limbs, or head that moved, but his long white hair. Qi Yu's hair was just above his shoulders. It was only 10 inches long, but it was this 10 inches of hair that easily decided the outcome of the battle. 10 strands of white hair floated out at the same time as the young men from the 4 major families attacked. The soft hair instantly became 100 times sharper than a steel needle. Qi Yu did not use his ability, but the thundercloud force made the steel needle much harder than the hardest metal. 10 white lights flashed, and the 8 young men who were attacking in front of him felt their bodies go numb at the same time. The energy that they had just gathered and the attack that they had just launched stopped immediately. Meanwhile, the other 2 strands of hair disappeared in the air like lightning. The 2 fleeing Su family disciples were frozen in place almost instantly. Qi Yu did not reveal any expression on his face. He sighed softly and said, I've said it before. In the face of absolute power, the weaker party has no chance. Sometimes, even a little bit of difference can easily decide the outcome of the battle. Now you should understand. As he spoke, the 10 young men fell to the ground at the same time. The entire process of the battle was actually over in just a few seconds. Qi Yu did not even move, let alone exert force in his torso and limbs. Just 10 strands of hair, the weakest and weakest part of the human body, had easily ended the battle. The 10 strands of hair disappeared quietly as if they had never existed. Qi Yu said, Are you convinced now? The 10 people slowly got up from the ground. The way they looked at Qi Yu had completely changed. All the contempt in the hearts of the young men from the 4 major families had long disappeared. The feeling that Qi Yu gave them was absolutely unfathomable. It was a powerful ability that they had never seen before. Qi Yu's strength had long exceeded their understanding. Return to your positions and stand according to the formation of your respective families. Qi Yu issued his first order to the young men from the 4 major families. Everyone returned to their positions, just like before Qi Yu, and the rest came out of the villa. They stood straight, like soldiers waiting for their chief to inspect them. Sensing the completely restrained aura and the young men's slightly frightened expressions, Qi Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, Let's get to know each other again. You probably don't know who I am yet. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Qi Yu. As the name suggests, I'm the guardian of the 6th Zodiac. Naturally, I'm named after the guardian of the Zodiac. In China, there are 20 Zodiac animals, but I'm an exception. My stake is not any of the 12 Zodiac animals, but Kirin. Kirin is the king of the beasts and also the king of the ancient divine beasts. Kirin's bloodline swirls in my body. Therefore, I'm also the king of the Zodiac animals. According to the order of the 12 Zodiac animals, the first one is Rat, Sun Mouse, and Vole. Come out. Vole walked to Qi Yu's side. After all, he was still young, so he was obviously a little shy to see so many people staring at him. He smiled and said, Hello, everyone. I'm Rat of the 12 Zodiac animals. You can call me Vole. Qi Yu said to the other Zodiac warriors, Introduce yourselves. Mo Dan came to Vole's side and deliberately got close to him. She said arrogantly, I'm Ox of the 12 Zodiac animals. People call me Mo Dan of the indifferent green robe. Su Dong giggled and said, Everyone can just call her Cow. I'm Tiger of the 12 Zodiac animals. I'm from the Su family. My name is Su Dong. When Mo Dan heard Su Dong call her Cow, she couldn't help but get angry. Yes, you're Tiger, perverted Tiger. I heard that when Tiger does that kind of thing, he does it dozens of times a day. But each time, it doesn't take more than 30 seconds. I guess you're the same. Su Dong was about to lose his temper, but he was stopped by Modi, who walked out. Modi glared at Mo Dan and said, That's enough. Mo Dandan still had some misgivings about her sister. She angrily glared at Su Dong, snorted, and turned her head away. Modi said briefly, I'm Modi of the Rabbit Zodiac animals. Ruyua walked to Qi Su's side. Her self-introduction was even shorter than Modi's. She said, I'm Hai Ruyua of the Dragon Zodiac animals. Hearing the people in front of him, Hu Guang couldn't hold back. When he heard Ruyua's introduction, he quickly ran out. His big slippers made uncoordinated sounds. Little brothers and sisters, my name is Hu Guang. I'm wise and handsome. People call me Little Pan, and I'm a snake warrior of the Zodiac animals. Of course, my other snake is also very powerful. As he spoke, his obscene eyes had already glanced at the young women of the 4 big families. If it wasn't for the shock that Qi Yu and Su Dong brought to these young people, they would have vomited because of Hu Guang's self-introduction. If Pan and heard Hu Guang's words, he would probably jump out of his coffin. Changjia said loudly, I'm Changjia, a horse warrior of the Zodiac animals. You can call me Hummer. It was Yan Xiaoyi's turn. He looked at Hu Guang with disdain and walked out with his chest puffed out. He maintained his handsome image. I'm Yan Xiaoyi, a sheep warrior of the Zodiac animals. You can call me Xiaoyi. I'm best at treating all kinds of injuries, especially gynecological diseases. Actually, I used to be a gynecologist. Beautiful sisters, if you have any physical or psychological problems, feel free to look for me. Ian said disdainfully, You're impotent. What else do you want? I'm En, a monkey warrior of the Zodiac animals. Hello, everyone. Seeing Qi Yu's unfriendly expression, Ian and Yan Xiaoyi restrained themselves a little. After introducing themselves, they didn't say anything else. Ming Ming said calmly, I'm Ming Ming, a chicken warrior of the Zodiac animals. Her strength and mood had not fully recovered. After the trip to Greece, Qi Yu had suffered such a huge blow. She didn't feel good either, so she was a little depressed. Guan Ping, a dog warrior of the Zodiac animals. Guan Jing was the last to introduce. Guan Jing, a pig warrior of the Zodiac animals. His small eyes were the same as those of Hu Guang and Yan Xiaoyi. They didn't stay idle. Because of his special job in the past, others only looked at beauties, but he looked at both men and women. His small eyes were looking around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Just as Guan Jing finished introducing herself, the sound of a car engine could be heard from outside. Jida was driving his own car, rushing in from outside. With an ear-piercing screech, his precious car stopped at the entrance. Before the car even came to a complete stop, his tall body had already jumped out of the car. When he saw that everyone was in the garden, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I'm not late. Master, I've already decided to participate in this training with you. Qi Yu nodded at Jida and said, All right, we're done with the introductions. From now on, the people of the 4 major families, no matter what your original names were, will be given a serial number. For example, the Shen family will be called Shen Yi, Shen Er, etc. The other families will be the same. When the 5 years are up, you will revert to your original names. Each of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors will lead 10 of you as temporary captains. There will be a total of 12 teams. Jida, Snow Girl, Shangbing, you'll be in my team. Everyone will listen to my commands and train together. There's one thing I need to make clear, no matter what happens in this training. Everyone must keep it a secret. Even when you return to your respective families, you must not reveal a single word. Understood? Although the youths of the 4 major families didn't necessarily submit to Qi Yu, they were at least shocked by Qi Yu's strength. They agreed in unison. Hearing Qi Yu say that each Zodiac Guardian Warrior would lead a team, those who had designs on the girls of the 4 major families immediately became excited. However, their excitement was quickly dampened by Qi Yu. The girls of the 4 major families will be divided into Ruyue, Modi, and Mingyue. The rest of you can choose to form a team and choose who you want to follow. Now, each of you will form a team. After that, we will officially start the training. Boss, it can't be. I'm serious. When men and women work together, it's not tiring. How about... Yan Xiaoyi was the first to say, unhappily. Qi Yu said coldly, How about what? This is the training. If you have the idea of having sex, I think it's better for you to restrain yourself. The few of you who are weak will be the main targets for training. Good luck to you. If you have extra energy to do other things, as long as you are willing, I won't stop you. The teams began. The few guys who had introduced themselves previously suddenly became unpopular. In the end, after mediation, they reluctantly formed a team. The only one who was satisfied with the team was probably Guanjing. Because of the excellent bloodline of the 4 major families, most of the males were more handsome. So, Qi Yu asked everyone to stand in a circle. He and Snow Girl stood in the center, while the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Shangbing and Jida, stood around him. Snow Girl looked at Qi Yu and said, Father, can we start? Qi Yu nodded and said, Get ready. Everyone listen to my commands. The 6 zodiac animals, the dragon, the tiger, the rabbit, the snake, the monkey, and the dog, will assist me. Inject their energy into my body and activate simultaneously. Begin. Qi Yu had already decided on the location of the training. Naturally, it would be during the ancient beast era. The environment there was far from comparable to the modern world. Moreover, there were powerful ancient beasts and fierce Jili people. It was the most suitable place for training. Only there could his source of nature recover at the fastest speed and be more effective. With the Kunlun mirrors as the center, it could protrude time and space. Last time, when they came back, it was the Xianyuan sword that helped the Kunlun mirrors break through time and space. Now, the Xianyuan sword was still in a deep sleep. It was obvious that the Xianyuan sword could no longer be used, and it did not have Wen Ting's help. Therefore, the energy needed to break through time and space had become even greater. Even though Qi Yu was very confident in his own strength, he could not rely on his own strength to help Snow Girl complete the task of breaking through time and space. Therefore, he needed the help of the 6 Zodiac Guardian Warriors to have at least a 70% chance of success. Originally, he wanted to call Ming Ming, but Ming Ming had just recovered from her serious injuries, and her energy had not fully recovered. Qi Yu felt sorry for her, so he excluded her. The 120 youths from the 4 big clans and Ji did not know what Qi Yu was planning to do. Even Shang Bing could only guess a little. What they did not know was that the upcoming journey would be the most amazing journey of their lives. The dragon, the tiger, the rabbit, the snake, the monkey, and the dog could be said to be the most powerful Zodiac Guardian Warriors besides Qi Yu. After Qi Yu gave the order to start, they simultaneously activated their own thundercloud force. They raised their hands and pressed in the air about a foot away from Qi Yu's body. Different colored lights lit up at the same time, and 12 dazzling light beams were injected into Qi Yu's body at the same time. Qi Yu's body shook, and his white hair moved without any wind. 12 huge waves of energy rushed into his body in an instant. Even with his strength, he felt that he could not control it, especially the energy that Ryua had injected into his body. It was incomparably thick, and the dragon thundercloud force also contained a bit of domineering energy. Even when compared to Wen Ting, it was not much inferior. These huge waves of energy were quickly transformed by Qi Yu's natural source and fused with his own thundercloud force. Fortunately, Qi Yu had the energy of natural source. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to control so much energy. Even if they were of the same origin, the energy aura of the 6 Zodiac Guardian Warriors was somewhat different. In the entire dragon field courtyard, all the plants withered at the same time. In order to adjust the aura of natural source, Qi Yu had no choice but to absorb their energy. Of course, as natural source, it also left them with life aura. After a period of time, these plants would be able to recover on their own. Qi Yu barely controlled his body and nodded to Snow Girl. Target Kunlun Mountain range begin. The Snow Lady took a deep breath and slowly closed her icy blue eyes. 2 rays of jade green light shone from her towering chest and condensed into a circular jade green projection in the center of her chest. Seeing that dark green light, Qi Yu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This was because he suddenly remembered that when the immortal in the mirror controlled the Kunlun mirrors to transform, it was the shape of Snow Girl's bra. He couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Snow Girl's gaze became abnormally gentle, and the light gradually became clear. A round bronze mirror appeared, and on the smooth surface of the bronze mirror, complex lines continuously seeped out. On the back of the mirror, the dark green light had already become more and more powerful. Dark green symbols rushed out from the back of the bronze mirror, and a dense dark green aura began to spread in all directions, causing Qi Yu and Snow Girl's bodies to gradually become indistinct. Qi Yu gave a low shout. His right hand had already imprinted the dark green light in the center of Snow Girl's breasts. After the transformation, An enormous amount of energy rushed towards the Kunlun mirrors like a wave. Snow Girl's delicate body trembled violently, and she suddenly raised her head. Her ice-blue long hair fluttered behind her in a fan shape, quickly turning dark green from the roots. Between her eyebrows, a dark green light continuously expanded. With the help of Chi-Yu's energy, the Kunlun mirrors began to activate. However, at this moment, if it weren't for the dark green light and the Kunlun mirrors, it would look like Chi-Yu was caressing Snow Girl. Chapter 217. Was that really a dark cloud? No, of course not. What if it was, and there was no thunder, lightning, nor wind? That strange energy fluctuation was a sign that the space was about to open. A loud and clear roar came from Chi-Yu. At this moment, the aura he exuded no longer had any sense of sadness. That vigorous and vast aura, along with an incomparably huge amount of energy, shone from his body. The Zodiac guardian warriors in the inner circle were slightly better off because they were stronger. The disciples of the 4 big families in the outer circle knelt on one knee, without exception. Under the shroud of the vast aura, they felt a sense of worship in their hearts. Black robes and white hair, Chi-Yu looked so powerful at this moment, like a god descending to the world. At this moment, these youths from the 4 places of the Yan Huang land truly understood the huge gap between them and the expert in front of them. If Snow Girl had enough power to activate the Kunlun mirrors, with the Kunlun mirrors as the center, activating the Lost Formation would be enough to tear the space and achieve the goal of traversing time and space. However, whether it was activating the energy of the Kunlun mirrors or activating the Lost Formation, the energy required was huge. The amount of energy required was enormous, and it was something that the Snow Maidens were unable to achieve. Therefore, if she wanted to traverse time and space again, she could only rely on the help of Chi-Yu and the other Zodiac guardian warriors. In these few days of cultivation, Chi-Yu had carefully considered the problem of activating the Kunlun mirrors. Therefore, although it was extremely difficult to activate the Kunlun mirrors without the Xianyuan sword, he was still prepared. But he was still prepared for it. Would it be impossible without the Xianyuan sword? Of course not. The Xianyuan sword could tear the empty mountain apart, and his Kirin arms could also tear the sky. In order to raise his power to the limit, Chi-Yu's body began to change. His left hand was always pressed on Snow Girl's chest, transferring the huge energy from himself and the 6 Zodiac guardian warriors to Snow Girl. At the same time, he also began his own attribute mutation. The Kirin beads began to light up. Purple, blue, red, and green lights began to circulate around it. The loud and clear howl turned into an angry roar towards the sky. The black clothes on Chi-Yu's body disappeared in an instant. Due to the increase in his strength, Chi-Yu could now control his energy exquisitely and store the clothes into the Kirin Pearl before the mutation began. After all, clothes also cost money. Suddenly, a huge figure of light soared into the sky. It was a charging Kirin. It had a black body and silver hair, and it stood on a 4-colored cloud. The instant it charged into the sky, its silver light and 4-colored cloud lit up the sky above the Dragon Realm courtyard. For beams of light of different colors descended from the sky and gathered at the bottom. A strange phenomenon appeared. Kirin transformed. It had been a long time since Chi-Yu had used this method to trigger his true form mutation. With his current strength, he could complete the transformation in an instant. However, after these days of cultivation, he gradually understood that only by using the power of heaven and earth to complete the true form mutation could he truly unleash the power of the true form mutation. It would also make the mutation more complete. His long white hair was draped over his back. Under the effect of the true form mutation, it gradually turned into a shiny silver color. The faint red in his eyes disappeared, and they were as black as ink. They were like 2 black gems without any impurities. At this moment, Chi-Yu was surprised to find that under the effect of the true form mutation, his eyesight had temporarily recovered. His entire body was covered in a layer of black scales. His right arm was the most special. On the black armor, there were silver patterns inlaid. It was a series of silver whorls with spikes protruding from the ribs. It looked like a silver sun. The Kirin pearl directly appeared on the chest area of the black armor. On Chi-Yu's forehead, the red whip-shaped pattern that represented Kirin's red was slightly protruding outwards. It shone with a dazzling light, and it looked like a red gem was inlaid on his forehead. The huge Kirin silhouette in the sky continued to emit intense light. Its black body, silver fur, and the two-colored horn on its head were all emitting a tyrannical aura of a king of Kirin. The mutation did not end there. After the first stage of Kirin's true form mutation was completed, the second stage had already begun. As he borrowed the powerful strength of the 6 Zodiac Guardian Warriors, he could now better absorb the energy molecules in the air. Kirin's silhouette instantly rushed to where Chi-Yu's body was. It enveloped him completely and began to fuse with him. The black scale armor quickly changed. The original single layer of scale armor turned into 3 layers of compound scales. The layers of scales protected each other. His entire body suddenly swelled up. Then a pair of black qilin wings instantly rushed out from the scale armor and spread to both sides of his body. The Kirin pearl on his chest seemed to expand a little. The entire Kirin pearl turned completely silver. It was particularly eye-catching on the black Kirin armor. The silver halo expanded outwards like a breastplate. The Kirin armor on his shoulder also turned into 3 layers. One layer was stacked on top of the other and extended downwards. The bottom layer protected his waist from the side. At the same time, a circle of special-shaped scales stood up on Chi-Yu's neck like a collar, protecting his neck. The silver patterns on Kirin's arm gradually expanded. A completely silver image of Kirin appeared on his right arm. The position of the image of Kirin's head was right between his thumb and index finger. Layers of distorted light constantly surrounded Chi-Yu's arm, causing it to tremble slightly. Slowly raising Kirin's arm, Chi-Yu felt the changes in the energy in his body. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a voice. It was a voice that filled his heart with excitement. "Chi-Yu, your energy has finally awakened me." It was Wen-Ting. That's right, it was Wen-Ting. When Chi-Yu raised his energy to its peak, Wen-Ting's voice also appeared. The sleeping soul had finally awakened under the influence of the huge energy. "Ting-Ting, is it you? Is that you?" Chi-Yu cried out in his heart. "Fool, of course it's me. Although I'm in a deep sleep, I can still feel your deep sorrow. I didn't really die, isn't it? You fool, don't be stupid anymore. How did your energy become so powerful? Could it be that you've already finished absorbing the energy and restored your strength to its previous peak state? No, not yet. I'm going to open the space-time gate again. Let's go back to the era of the ancient beasts. This time, I will lead all the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors and the young elites of the 4 families. The trip to the West made me see the lack of strength. Only by improving the overall strength of the Eastern Guardians can I prevent the same tragedy from happening again. Ting-Ting, are you okay? You're the fool. It's not worth it to sacrifice your life for me. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Tears flowed down from the corner of Chi-Yu's eyes. At this moment, he had even forgotten what he was going to do. His heart was filled with emotions. Wen-Ting's voice sounded very gentle. "No, you're wrong. I have my own selfish motives. If you die, wouldn't I become a widow? It's definitely worth it to sacrifice my body to save your rebirth. Because I know that when your strength reaches its peak, I still have a chance to return to your side. Even if you can't reach that realm, when you awaken my soul, we can still communicate. My body will fuse with yours. I have already become a part of your body. This is much better than you dying. Don't be sad. If you miss me, work hard in your cultivation. I definitely will. Chiyu said excitedly, even if it's just for you, I will definitely reach the peak that you said as soon as possible. Ting Ting, do you know how much I miss you? Everything in the past was my fault. Can you forgive me? When Ting said softly, well, let's not talk about this first. Your energy has been raised to the saturation realm. Hurry up and start. No wonder you can condense such a huge amount of energy. It turns out that you borrowed the power of others to do it. I will wait for the day you resurrect me. Ah, right? I'm afraid the current energy is not enough for me to break through space. Kirin's arm is strong, but it is not as sharp as the Shenyuan sword. Continue to transform. Only when you reach that level can you truly break through space and time and complete space travel. Chi was stunned. What transformation? I'm already at the second transformation. You mean? When Ting said, have you forgotten how we defeated the Bull Demon King? Chi-Yu's heart moved. But I'm afraid I can't do it alone. When Ting said unhappily, are you alone? Our fusion now is much more thorough than the last time. What is sleeping is only the soul of Shenyuan, but the body of the Shenyuan sword will not sleep. You can use our fusion power to borrow the energy of the Shenyuan sword. Although you can't use the Shenyuan sword, you can still complete the ultimate transformation. Use your heart to call. You are the true master of the Shenyuan sword. Chi-Yu regained his eyesight. His eyes became firm. I understand. Thank you, Ting Ting. Using his heart to call, Chi-Yu completely converged his spiritual power into his body. He used the Kirin's armor as a foundation to form a barrier. His heart was completely immersed in the huge energy in his body and his perception of the Shenyuan sword. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly, just like what Wen Ting said. Chi-Yu was the true master of the Shenyuan sword. Xuanyuan's soul was only a part of the Shenyuan sword. A faint golden light began to gradually appear on Chi-Yu's demon-like body. A scorching current burned in his heart. That was the energy that Wen Ting left for him. When his body was completely fused with Chi-Yu, Wen Ting was afraid that his body would not be able to handle the huge amount of energy. So, she left the energy of her giant beast relic in Chi-Yu's heart. At this moment, the huge amount of energy had already condensed into a red bead. Although it could not be absorbed by Chi-Yu, it was just the right time to release it when he needed to undergo the ultimate transformation. The huge scorching energy suddenly ignited with the Kirin's red hidden between Chi-Yu's eyebrows as a medium. His long silver hair instantly turned red. The Kirin bead turned an unprecedented golden color. The diamond shape of the Kirin's red on his forehead suddenly shot out a red light, instantly illuminating every inch of his body. Then, the Kirin mirror flew out from his left hand, and the Kirin illusion flew out from his right hand. The three types of energy simultaneously condensed towards the Kirin bead. The huge amount of energy instantly spread. The four colors of gold, silver, red, and black were replaced by light ribbons enveloping Chi-Yu's body. His long red hair continued to extend behind him until it reached his ankles. Suddenly, the reddish gold light erupted from the Kirin bead. It merged with Chi-Yu's and Wen Ting's energy, forming a ball of light that stopped in front of Chi-Yu's chest. There was a clanging sound. The solid reddish gold breastplate covered Chi-Yu's firm chest muscles, perfectly merging with the original Kirin armor. Then the breastplate extended up and down, extending to the broad shoulder plate and down to cover Chi-Yu's waist. The huge amount of energy spread in an instant. The reddish gold light flowed to every corner of Chi-Yu's body, forming an incomparably gorgeous reddish gold armor. Every part of Chi-Yu's body was covered perfectly. The huge amount of energy continued to spread from his body. On the reddish gold armor, blood-red lines appeared, as if there was blood flowing within. A pair of reddish gold wings suddenly spread out from Chi-Yu's back. The wings were the same size as before, but the reddish gold light on them was extraordinarily bright. Every single reddish gold feather had lines clearly visible, and that huge amount of energy spread out in an instant. However, it was not over yet. At the same time that the reddish gold wings appeared, a layer of dark red light suddenly lit up behind Chiyu. That was the energy aura of Kirin concealment. Then the dark red light transformed into a pair of dark red wings, appearing below the reddish gold wings. Together with the black wings that Kirin armor had obtained during the second stage of mutation, there were a total of 3 pairs of 6 wings on his back, extending outwards. At the top were the reddish gold wings, and at the bottom were the black wings. The dark red Kirin concealment's wings appeared at the bottom. A layer of golden light appeared in front of Chiyu, covering his face. The light of the sun, moon, and stars shone from his body, bringing with it layers of light and shadow, merging into the reddish gold armor. In an instant, the blood-red lines on the reddish gold armor began to flow. On the smooth surface of the armor, patterns of the sun, moon, and stars appeared. The solar, lunisolar, starry, crimson gold armor had finally reappeared. The main reason why Chiyu and Wen-Ting called it the ultimate transformation was that when the energy was perfectly integrated, it had also completely integrated all of Chiyu's abilities, including Kirin's octatic treasures and the Shenyuan sword. If Chiyu had been able to transform into this armor when he was in the West, the final outcome would have been very difficult to predict. Unfortunately, with Chiyu's own strength, even if he had recovered to his peak, he would still not be able to do it. Although Wen-Ting had already integrated into his body, his own strength was still not enough. This time he was only able to complete the transformation with the help of the 6 Zodiac guardian warriors. Back when he was fighting the Bull Demon King, the solar, lunisolar, starry, crimson gold armor only allowed him to use heaven and human oneness once before disappearing. How Chiyu wished that he could truly possess the power of the solar, lunisolar, starry, crimson, gold armor. But that would only be possible after he reached the 8 clouds. At that time, he would have enough energy to maintain the solar, lunisolar, starry, crimson gold armor and use this extremely powerful ultimate transformation. In fact, even Chiyu himself did not know that the solar, lunisolar, starry, crimson gold armor was not an ability given to him by the Shenyuan sword or Wen-Ting. It was an ability that belonged to him. As one of the 4 auspicious clouds, Kirin, he had obtained several special and powerful abilities after reaching the 9 clouds level. He was one of the 4 auspicious clouds. In Kirin, how could an ordinary Qilin compare to it? The energy of the Shenyuan sword and Wen-Ting only helped him to use this ultimate transformation earlier. Wen-Ting's voice disappeared. Everyone present was shocked by the changes that had occurred in Chiyu's body. Even the Zodiac guardian god warriors were shocked. Only now did they realize how terrifying their boss's true strength was. What the solar, lunisolar, starry, crimson gold armor brought about was an extremely powerful energy wave. The dazzling radiance that was as strong as the sun and the noble and domineering figure made everyone's heart tremble. Chiyu's right arm, which was raised high in the air, shook violently. The reddish gold radiance that had been flowing downwards all gathered towards his right arm at this moment. He did not have the Shenyuan sword, but he still had Kirin's arm. The reddish gold radiance caused the image of the Kirin on Kirin's arm to become clearer and clearer. A huge amount of energy passed through his arm and turned into a reddish gold energy Kirin. A domineering voice sounded from Chiyu's mouth. Lin Bing Doja formation, Kirin's arm, break the heavens. The reddish gold radiance suddenly soared into the sky. The reddish gold energy Kirin let out a roar and broke through the sky in the blink of an eye. The black space was dyed reddish gold. The violent roar was many times louder than thunder. The space above the dragon field courtyard distorted violently. This time, Kirin's arm really broke the heavens. Under the effect of the massive reddish gold energy, a series of acronyms began to appear in the air. At this moment, the immortal in the mirror's voice came from Snow Girl's mouth, with the Kunlun mirrors as the center, break the chains of time and space. Under the guidance of the underworld, move forward. A dark green light rose from Snow Girl's chest. The Kunlun mirrors showed its magical power. The small cracks that appeared in the air gradually solidified under the dark green light. Then, with the cracks as the center, they rapidly expanded. In just a few blinks of an eye, a huge black hole had already appeared above the Dragon Field courtyard. The broken space looked terrifying. Under the guidance of the Kunlun mirrors, the black hole descended from the sky and shrouded everyone present. Under the guidance of the Kunlun mirrors, the black hole descended from the sky and shrouded everyone present. Chi Yu retracted his right hand. With a wave of his hand, he had already stored everyone's belongings into his Kirin bead. At this moment, a panicked voice suddenly sounded. A green figure jumped over the wall outside the Dragonfield courtyard and quickly rushed towards the black hole. "Brother Chi Yu, what's wrong?" Amidst the delicate voice, Chi Yu clearly saw that it was the plant soul. She had a panicked look on her face. She was clearly shocked by the scene in front of her. At the same time he appeared, the black hole suddenly shrank. Using the Kunlun mirrors as the guide to travel through time and space was finally completed. Other than Chi Yu and Snow Girl, everyone else was swallowed by the black hole in fear. A strange feeling spread through everyone's heart. Although their minds were still awake, they felt as if they had lost their bodies at that moment. Gradually, in that endless darkness, his spirit also gradually fell asleep, and he entered that darkness with terror. "Ah!" Rain I suddenly let out a cry of surprise, causing the 12 constellation guardians in the Parthenon temple to open their eyes at the same time. 24 pairs of eyes were focused on their goddess, Athena. After obtaining the approval of the artifact of Athena, Yamu's strength increased exponentially. These days, in order to prevent herself from thinking about that cold and calm face, she had focused all her attention on cultivation. It was also during this period of cultivation that she had completely awakened the power of the goddess Athena. The fusion with the artifact had also been perfected. "Miss, what's wrong?" Mephistopheles asked with concern. Yamu's face looked terrible. Her pale face did not look like Athena at all. His aura disappeared. It disappeared again. What's going on? Could it be that his injuries were too severe, or that his life aura did not fully recover, and he died? After becoming the true goddess Athena, her spiritual perception had also become stronger than before. Although she could not really use her spiritual power to cross the sea to feel everything on Chi Yu's side, she could still feel the aura of Kirin in the Far East. But she could also feel the aura of Kirin in the Far East. Chi Yu used the power of the Kunlun mirrors to cross over again. She naturally felt it at the first moment. It was a complete disappearance. In her understanding, such a situation would only occur after death. Yuyun looked at Yumao in shock. Of course! She knew that her sister would have such an expression on her face because of one person. "Did you say that his aura disappeared?" "No, it can't be. That day, his life aura had already awakened. It's impossible for him to die from serious injuries. Could it be that he met another strong enemy? But he has the protection of the Zodiac guardian warriors in the east. Who could hurt him in Yanhuang? Unless..." Yamu's expression changed. A faint golden light lit up, and in the next instant, she was already by Yuyun's side. The same face, but different aura. Perfect looks. This pair of sisters gave off a special feeling. "Sister, do you know something? Tell me, unless it's something." Yuyun looked at Yamu and said coldly, "Unless it's the Pope. I'm afraid he's not satisfied with what happened last time. He also knows that one day, Chi Yu will find him for revenge." Chi Yu had single-handedly defeated 4 red-robed archbishops. With such strength, I'm afraid even the Pope won't be able to sleep well. Therefore, it's very likely that he will go to Yanhuang to assassinate Chi Yu before he fully recovers his strength. Otherwise, I really can't think of anyone who could make Chi-Yu's aura disappear completely. Hearing Yu-Yun's words, Yamu couldn't help but frown. Could it really be him? Mephistopheles, contact Vatican immediately. I want to speak to the Pope. Mephistopheles sighed. Although he was unwilling, he still walked out of the temple. No electronic devices were allowed in the temple. He understood that although Yamu had become the true goddess Athena, however, not being able to kill Chi-Yu that day had left a huge shadow in her heart. And Chi-Yu himself had become this goddess Athena's only flaw. Right now, he really hoped that Chi-Yu was really dead. If that was the case, the flaw in Yamu's heart would be smaller. Actually, although Yu-Yun's judgment was reasonable, it wasn't very possible. Although Pope Marty wanted to destroy Chi-Yu when he was injured, the four cardinals were all severely injured in that battle. 2 of the archangels had used the sacrifice skill. How would he have the time to chase after Chi-Yu now? After all, to the Pope, the cardinals were extremely important. Using holy power to heal 4 people at the same time was already a huge burden for the Pope. The darkness disappeared and light reappeared. Chi-Yu's vision had disappeared again, but his mind was clear. Although his eyes couldn't see, his spiritual power could clearly feel the presence of the air, as well as the huge natural energy aura. He knew that the teleportation was successful. His left hand felt warm and soft. The soft and bouncy touch made him subconsciously squeeze it, but in return he let out a soft moan. Ah! At this moment, he woke up from his teleportation and immediately recalled everything that had happened. His left hand was pressing on the Kunlun mirrors, transferring energy to Snow Girl. The Kunlun mirrors were in front of Snow Girl's chest, so the warmth in his hand was with a moan. Snow Girl didn't dodge. She let Chi-Yu hold onto her chest and called out softly, "Daddy." Chi-Yu understood what was going on and jumped in fright. He hurriedly let go of the Snow Lady's hand and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Snow Girl moved closer to Chi-Yu's body and rested her head on his firm chest, but she didn't say a word. She had already wrapped her arms around Chi-Yu's waist and pressed her body tightly against him. Chi-Yu could clearly feel that Snow Girl's breathing was a little hurried, and her body temperature was rising rapidly. Being experienced, he naturally knew what was going on. He quickly struggled out of Snow Girl's embrace. "Snow, no, you can't." "Daddy, why?" Snow Girl looked at Chi-Yu's naked body in disappointment. At this moment, even Chi-Yu himself had forgotten that he had already taken off his clothes when he was undergoing Kirin's true form mutation. Chi-Yu was silent for a moment before saying, "Because you are my daughter. I can't, and I don't want to. I'm sorry, Snow. How is everyone's situation?" It was impossible to say that he didn't have any impulses in his heart, especially when Snow Girl was hugging him and calling him daddy. That kind of special stimulation caused Chi-Yu's body to have a reaction. "They are all unconscious, only we are awake." "Daddy, you're lying. Don't you understand Snow's heart?" Snow Girl said angrily. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Snow, don't be silly. Daddy really can't. I'm your daddy. It's impossible between us. Your biological father sacrificed his life for me. I will definitely replace him to protect you. How can I do such a thing?" Snow Girl took a step forward and stuck close to Chi-Yu again. Just as Chi-Yu was about to dodge, he suddenly felt his erect lower body tighten. He was actually held by Snow Girl's cold hand. "Daddy, your body has already told me that you're lying. In fact, you want to, don't you?" "Snow doesn't want anything. I don't want status. I don't want anything else. I just want to be with Daddy. Daddy, don't push me away, okay? I've already lost my father. Do you still have the heart to push Snow away from you? Daddy, let me be your lover, okay? I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between us." His burning erection was held by the cold hand. The intense stimulation caused Chi-Yu's body to tremble. Snow Girl's words made him unable to harden his heart to push her away again. However, his instinctive reaction was getting stronger and stronger. Chi-yu was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would devour this little vixen. Quickly let go, Snow Girl. We can't do this. It's not that Daddy doesn't want to. This is a man's natural physiological reaction. Chi-yu was already a little flustered. No, I won't let go. I've waited so long for this opportunity. Daddy, what's wrong with Snow? Why won't you give Snow a chance? Daddy, please take Snow. I really like Daddy. She clenched her fists tightly and even moved them slightly. Chi-yu also hadn't done it for a long time. Under the stimulation of Snow Girl, the hormones in his body were rapidly secreting. As the saying goes, the harder a man's lower body is, the softer his heart is. His rationality was gradually collapsing. Good Snow Girl, listen to me. Quickly let go. You're a girl. You should be more reserved. Even if you like Daddy, you need to give Daddy a process of acceptance, right? Without any emotional foundation, how can we have a relationship? Let's get through this first. Chapter 218. Chi-yu had never thought that such words would come out from a girl's mouth. Moreover, it was a beautiful girl like Snow Girl. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. And Snow Girl had already pressed herself against him. Chi-yu realized that she was still wearing clothes just now, but now she was pressing herself against his smooth skin. That ice-cold touch immediately caused the lust in his heart to erupt like a volcano. No, Shue-er, you can't. If you do this again, Dad will really get angry. This time, Chi-yu's tone was finally firmer because his line of defense was about to be breached. As if she didn't hear Chi-yu's words, Snow Girl tightly pressed against his body, holding that firm little hand even tighter. She giggled and said, Dad, it's jumping. It's so cute. You, Shue-er, listen to Dad. We really can't. Even on the level of a man and a woman, you can't satisfy me. If we really have a relationship, it will only make Dad's body more uncomfortable. In the past, Master Zagru once told Dad that there must be 4 women to satisfy Dad's desire. If you tease Dad like this, it will only make Dad more painful. There was no other way. He had to use his trump card. He couldn't push her away. She was holding on there, even if he wanted to run away. Chi-yu was a little dizzy. After listening to Chi-yu's words, Snow Girl was stunned for a moment. Really? Being with Shue-er will make Dad more uncomfortable? Yes, yes. Quickly let go of Dad. You've already made Dad very uncomfortable. Chi-yu was really uncomfortable now. It was very difficult to endure. If it was in the past, he was afraid that he would have long lost his patience. After all, the current him was much more mature than before, and also much more rational. Therefore, at this critical moment, he was barely able to maintain a trace of the situation. Dad, I can let you go, but you have to promise me to be your lover. Secretly. It was the first time Chi-yu had seen Snow Girl's stubbornness. Taking a deep breath, Chi-yu tried to divert his attention from his lower body. All right, as long as you're willing to let go. Daddy will promise you. Little ancestor, quickly let go. Chi-yu had no choice but to promise her for the time being in order to get out of the sea of bitterness. However, he didn't expect that Snow Girl's intelligence was not lower than his. That's great. Daddy finally wants Shue. Snow wouldn't make her father feel any worse. Just a little bit. It proves that Daddy wants share. Before Chi-yu could understand what was going on, 2 slender and supple thighs had already wrapped around his waist. Those slightly cold thighs clamped tightly onto his waist, and a strong sensation came from the rubbing of their skin. Chi-yu only felt the Snow Lady's small hand move, sending his erect tip to a warm and moist place. After all, he couldn't see it, so when he reacted quickly, he saw the Snow Lady. After all, he was still half a beat too late. At the same time that Snow Girl placed his erect tip on the warm and moist place, she sat down without hesitation. Ah, ah, 2 screams came from Snow Girl and Chi-yu almost at the same time. Chi-yu screamed because he knew that he was in trouble. At the same time, it was also because his erect erection had already broken through the layers of obstruction. Amidst the incomparably comfortable friction, it deeply penetrated into the most warm and moist place. As for Snow Girl, she screamed because of the tearing pain in her lower body. However, she didn't stop at all. Only when the erect erection deeply penetrated into her body did she stop. Her arms wrapped around Chiyu's back, and her whole body was like an octopus tightly wrapped around Chiyu's body. At this moment, the two's most private parts were also tightly intertwined. Snow, you lied to me. Chiyu's hands had already grabbed onto Snow Girl's plump and supple snowy buttocks because he wanted to stop her earlier. However, it was too late to do anything now. He grabbed her plump buttocks. His rationality finally melted like ice. Snow Girl endured the pain in her lower body and bit Chiyu's shoulder, saying, "I didn't lie to Daddy. Since Daddy has already agreed to let me be your lover, you should at least show me something. If I don't give Snow's most precious thing to Daddy, how can I prove my identity as your lover? Don't worry, Daddy. Snow won't make you feel worse. I'll get up immediately. Anyway, the most precious thing has already been given to Daddy. I've said it just now. Just a little bit, and I'll be fine. It's so painful. If I knew it would be so painful, I would woo." Snow Girl's cherry lips were already sealed by Chiyu. If he could still endure at this moment, then he wasn't a man. "Still want to get up? Get up my ass." It had already become a fact. Chiyu's hands that were grabbing onto Snow Girl's snowy buttocks no longer had any intention to lift her up. When Chiyu was finally clear-headed, he only felt that he had been raped, and it was by his own daughter. Since he couldn't resist successfully, then he might as well try to enjoy it. Snow Girl's somewhat cold and delicate body, her perfect and slender thighs, and every inch of her delicate skin had become the best fuel, completely igniting Chiyu's desire. Moving his body, Chiyu had already brought Snow Girl's delicate body to the front of a big tree through the sensing of the source of nature. Soft grass and leaves grew from the ground at an amazing speed, cushioning the back of Snow Girl. Chiyu pressed her delicate body against the big tree, and then he kissed Snow Girl's lips. "You little devil." The small electric motor started, and as Snow Girl's painful moans gradually became more and more charming, the power of the electric motor also became greater and greater. Wave after wave of strong stimulation, Snow Girl was sent to the peak for the first time. The burning erection filled her heart with a feeling of fullness. Her thighs tightly clamped Chiyu's waist and passively cooperated. Snow Girl's body was also transformed by the source of nature. At this moment, she had long forgotten what the Mirror Fairy had said. It was impossible for the mirror-trapping immortal to stop the two of them from having a relationship. After all, it was Snow Girl who took the initiative. What's more, after traveling through time, although her mind was awake, she was very weak at this time, and there was not enough energy to stop anything. At this time, the form of the Mirror Fairy was no longer Snow Girl's bra. In order to accumulate energy, she had completely integrated into Snow Girl's body. The Snow Lady experienced intense pleasure and orgasm again and again, causing the pitiful mirror immortal to fall into a state of confusion. She could also feel what the Snow Lady could feel, and in fact, she could feel it even more intensely. Dad, Snow is going to fly again." As Snow Girl's delicate body violently convulsed for the fourth time, Chiyu let out a low roar. The powerful sprint exerted the power of the small electric motor to the limit. Snow Girl's call brought him a strong stimulation. He cast aside all of his apprehensions, and when that stirring sensation reached its peak, he pinned the Snow Maiden tightly against the tree trunk. Bursts of scorching life essence slapped against the Emperor's heart snow lotus flowers, stamen again and again, sending the Emperor's heart snow lotus from its peak to its peak again. Hugging Snow Girl's delicate body, he turned around and sat down with his back against the tree. His firm and erect body that had not yet softened was still in that warm and burning place. Snow Girl's mind was already a little muddled. She kept murmuring, calling for her dad. Gently patting Snow Girl's back, Chiyu panted a little and said, "You little girl! What do you want Dad to do?" Snow Girl leaned on Chi Yu's shoulder. You promised my dad that you will take care of me forever. I don't want you to be my dad anymore. I want to be your lover. If it wasn't for today's opportunity, how could you accept me? I won't give you any trouble. In front of everyone, you are still my dad. Only when we are together, I will be your lover. Is that okay? It was already like this. How could Chi Yu say no? Sighing lightly, he said, Snow, I'm not worthy of you. I'm not a good man. Ting Ting died because of me, and even you almost lost your life because of me. Snow Girl suddenly covered Chi Yu's mouth. Don't say any more. No matter what kind of person you are, I like you now. That's enough. Dad cried until his eyes went blind because of Mom's death. It was you who saved me from the abyss of pain. I'm afraid everyone will wake up soon. I'm going to get up. Everything that happened between him and Snow Girl flashed in Chi Yu's eyes. He knew that he had an additional responsibility. Although this responsibility had existed for a long time, at this moment the nature of the responsibility had changed. Could he really act like Snow Girl said that nothing had happened? If that was the case, he didn't deserve to be a man. However, in this situation, it was indeed not suitable to tell everyone about the changed relationship between him and Snow Girl. He had to do more important things first. The two stood up. The moment their bodies separated, their hearts felt empty at the same time. Venting on Snow Girl made Chi Yu's body and mind feel much better. He couldn't help but be surprised by Snow Girl's physical condition. Even Ryue couldn't bear it easily under his galloping. But Snow Girl seemed to be fine. It was Snow Girl who quietly told him after putting on her clothes. It turned out that, as a plant, she had a very strong ability to repair her body. Although every part of her body was no different from an ordinary person, her self-repair ability was far beyond that of an ordinary person. After experiencing the energy baptism of the source of nature, this situation became even more obvious. Snow Girl stood quietly beside Chi Yu. Since returning from the west, her pretty face showed a smile for the first time. If Chi Yu could see that gentle and satisfied smile, he would definitely be moved. The ancient behemoth era and the modern era really couldn't be compared. The natural energy here was many times more powerful than in the modern era. Here, Chi Yu's source of nature could be expanded infinitely. Even his mental strength had become stronger because of the abundant natural energy here. The natural energy seemed to have sensed that the source of nature was not enough. Without him deliberately activating it, the huge natural energy had already begun to condense in his body. The warmth constantly wrapped around his body, increasing the energy in his body more and more powerful. Chi Yu's mental energy spread out in all directions, enveloping everyone's auras in his own mental world. Although he could not see with his eyes, the current him was able to grasp everyone's situation more clearly than with his eyes. Everyone's body was fine, but their minds were temporarily in a deep sleep. Snow Girl was right. Although the young people of the 4 major families were still in a deep sleep, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were already in a state of sleep. What surprised Chi Yu was that apart from him and Snow Girl, the first to be in a state of sleep was not the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, but plant souls. Ah, where is this place? The plant soul rubbed her hazy eyes and slowly sat up from the ground. Before she opened her eyes, she felt that her body was in the most perfect world in her mind. The nature energy around her body was much stronger than before, and her body had completely integrated into this world. The pure nature energy was wrapping around her body, causing it to sway slightly. Since her body had been transformed by Chi Yu's natural energy, even if she didn't deliberately cultivate according to her own cultivation method, the natural energy in the air would still slowly integrate into her body. As a plant manipulator, how could she not be shocked? The plant soul's vision gradually recovered. The first thing she saw was the huge mountain range not far away. The towering mountains looked so clear. It was as if the air did not exist. It was truly transparent without a single flaw. The surrounding air was a little cold, but the huge natural energy made the plant soul feel unprecedentedly comfortable. Other than the feeling that Chi-Yu had given her back then, the current environment was the most intoxicating to her. The plant soul looked around in confusion and joy. She quickly found Chi-Yu. She quickly jumped up and ran to Chi-Yu's side. "Brother Chi-Yu, what's going on? What happened just now, and where is this place?" Chi-Yu smiled faintly and turned around. He pointed at the vast expanse of primordial forest behind him and said, "This is a beautiful place. We will be staying here for a period of time from now on. I can't tell you where this place is. Do you like it here?" "I like it. I really like it," the plant soul said without hesitation. "The air here is so fresh. Even the sky is so blue, as if there is no pollution. Brother Chi-Yu, how did you find this place?" Chi-Yu said, "That's a secret. It's fine as long as you like it. I think this is the most suitable place for you to cultivate. I hope that in less than half a year, your natural energy will have a breakthrough." The plant soul jumped up happily. "That's great. It's so comfortable here. The surrounding air makes me feel like I'm in a mother's embrace. It's the first time I've been intoxicated by the environment. Even Hawaii, which used to obey orders, can't compare to the air here." She was so excited that her speech was a little incoherent. Indeed, for a natural energy cultivator like her, there was no better place than the ancient giant beasts. The Zodiac guardian god warriors gradually woke up after the plant soul woke up. At this moment, the difference in strength between them could be seen. The first to wake up was naturally Ryue. When she first woke up, her reaction was almost the same as the plant soul. The surrounding air and the majestic Kunlun mountain range deeply shocked this T-Rex. Her eyes immediately found Chi-Yu, and at the same time, she also saw the large forest behind Chi-Yu. The blue sky was like a sapphire without any impurities. On one side was a green ocean composed of dense primeval forests, and on the other side was the towering Kunlun mountain range. The Kunlun mountain range was completely covered with snow from the mountainside up. Even though Ryue knew that the purpose of this trip was the period of ancient giant beasts, when she saw the beautiful scenery here, she could not help but be amazed. More and more exclamations came. As the Zodiac guardian god warriors woke up one by one, the youths from the 4 major families also woke up. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. They took a deep breath of the clear air, and their expressions looked a little greedy. The impurities in their bodies seemed to be purified by the air here. For a moment, they even forgot the purpose of this trip and were completely intoxicated by this environment that they had never experienced before. While everyone was intoxicated by the ancient giant beasts, Chi-Yu's mind was on other things. He expanded his spiritual power and first sensed the surrounding environment. In this place where natural energy was abundant, his spiritual power had spread out to an area of thousands of square kilometers. Although this location was not the place where he had left the ancient giant beasts, the Kunlun mirror's teleportation was just right. They were in a flat, hilly area that was about 100 meters high. In front of them was the Kunlun mountain range, and behind them was a large primeval forest. Within the range of Chi-Yu's spiritual power, although there were some ancient giant beasts, they were not very powerful. After all, the battlefield between the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts was not here. Therefore, this was obviously a very suitable place to set up camp. Faint energy undulations were emitted from Chi-Yu's body. This time, his spiritual power was mixed with the aura of natural energy, so everyone could clearly feel his presence. After checking everyone's body to make sure that there were no problems, Chi-Xian coughed. His voice was very soft, but it rang in everyone's mind. It woke up these fellows who were still intoxicated, and everyone's gaze fell on Chi-Yu's body at the same time. "We've arrived at our destination. Think about it. Most of you must be very surprised at what kind of place this is. This is not something you need to know. All you need to do is to listen to my orders. For the next few months, this will be our base. Now I'll give you an hour. Set up camp according to 12 teams. Form a circular camp. In the middle, there will be an empty space with a diameter of 50 meters. Yan Xiaoyi said, "Boss, what camp? Are we going to stay here?" Qiyu nodded and said, "That's right. For the next few months, all of you will be here. Whoever has tidied up their living quarters, come here to collect your luggage. If you can't finish in an hour, then you don't need your luggage. Without any tools, all you can rely on now is your own hands. There is a forest behind. You can use wood or stones. Everything depends on your own ability. This will also be the first group training since we arrived here." After hearing Qiyu's words, the youths from the 4 major families did not hesitate and immediately ran towards the direction of the forest. Qiyu's orders were absolute to them now. Perhaps they did not know much about Qiyu. However, the cosmic crimson golden armor had completely conquered the hearts of these youths. Who didn't want to become stronger? When Qiyu used the cosmic crimson golden armor, the enormous energy aura was absolutely incomparable to them. That huge amount of energy was enough to shock even their lives. With such a boss, how could they not seize the opportunity? These youths who were selected to join the Zodiac Guardian camp were all extremely smart. They all understood that only by obeying Qiyu's orders could they better improve their strength. These youths had secretly decided that no matter how difficult this group training was, they must persevere. This was because Qiyu had once said that as long as they could persevere and complete this group training, their strength would at least double. Qiyu's words were absolutely not exaggerated in their hearts. Sensing that the youths from the 4 major families had immediately carried out his orders, Qiyu could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. These youths were indeed nurturing talents. Hopefully, they could become the main force to protect the East in the future. None of the Zodiac Guardian warriors moved. Everyone surrounded Qiyu. Qiyu slightly frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? Don't forget that each of you has 10 subordinates now. As the Zodiac Guardian warriors, you must lead by example. In this group training, they are secondary. You are the main focus. Before coming here, you are my friends, my brothers and sisters. But after coming here, at least before leaving, I will be your instructor. I have said that I will not be lenient. Start immediately. No one is an exception." An icy aura emitted from Qiyu's body. The enormous pressure shocked the Zodiac Guardian warriors. They looked at each other. They knew that the group training had started from this moment. Ruyue was the first to take the lead and fly towards her team of youths. The others also left Qiyu's side one after another. Even Mo Dan would not resist Qiyu's orders now. Although she is arrogant and impulsive, she is not a fool. After seeing Qiyu's star sun crimson golden armor, she was not a fool. Why else would she do something so extreme? Qiyu was indeed very fair. Fan Lian, Shangbing, Jida, and Snow Girl, who had just had sex with him, were all sent out by him. For an ordinary person, it was absolutely impossible to find a place to live in such a spacious place within an hour and stay there for a few months. However, these people who came here with Qiyu were not ordinary people. After an hour had passed, all kinds of houses had decorated this hilly area with a lively atmosphere. The first to complete the construction of her own house was a plant soul. She did not even leave Qiyu's side. She walked directly to the center of the hilly area and scattered a few seeds on the ground. The natural energy began to fluctuate violently as she activated it. The vines broke out of the ground and began to grow rapidly. In just 10 minutes, these thick and wise vines had coiled into a small house that was only about 5 square meters in size. There was only a gap on the roof of the house because the vines were rooted in the ground. It looked extremely solid. It gave people a very good and comfortable feeling. The hut looked very elegant, and the green vines were full of vitality. That was a room with life. The one who had almost completed the plant soul was Snow Girl. The residence she had built was also extremely simple. At the same time, it also reflected her strength. She flew away for about 10 minutes, and in the direction of her flight. It was the Kunlun mountain range. 10 minutes later, Snow Girl returned to the hill with a huge piece of ice. Under the control of her energy, the ice was like soft dough. A small house formed from ice quickly appeared in the open space 10 meters away from the green house of the plant soul. The ice blue hut was slightly larger than the plant soul's room. No matter how one looked at it, it could accommodate 2 people, although the room was made of ice. However, because Snow Girl's energy was of the ice attribute, as long as she was still here and injected some of her energy into the ice house every day, she would not be afraid of the ice melting. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors did not have such a special skill. Those who were weaker, like Mo Dan and Guanjing, could not even build houses as fast as some of the leaders of the 4 big families. Different abilities would produce different results when building a residence. The 30 disciples of the Shun family quickly finished building their own rooms. Their method of building houses was similar to the plant soul, but compared to the plant soul, it was more difficult for them to build houses. After all, the Shin family's ability was of the wood attribute. Therefore, using some vines and wood, a small house that could only accommodate 1 person was completed very quickly. Some of them even found some big leaves of plants to decorate the floor of their house so that they could rest. Using his spiritual power to feel everyone's movements, Chi thought to himself that in this training, other than the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, it was probably the best group to get the best results. It was the Shun family in the capital. The wood attribute allowed them to be like fish in water in the huge natural energy atmosphere of the ancient beasts. When they cultivated, they would definitely get twice the results with half the effort. Ruyue was the 3rd to finish building a house. Although she did not have the Tesu ability of the plant soul and Snow Girl, she was the strongest after Chiyu. Under her dragon power, the stone was no different from tofu. Perhaps it was because she missed the scene of her and Chiyu's love pledge in the stone cave. She built a stone house for herself, and it was even bigger than the one Snow Girl had. Under her exquisite control, the stone was cut as smooth as a mirror. Although Ruyue did not have much experience in building houses, when her house was finished, it looked really good. Even the doors and windows were built very well. At the end of the hour, no matter what, at least everyone had temporarily completed the construction of their own residences. Of course, whether they could live in it or not was another matter. For example, Mo Dandan and Guanjing's 2 wooden houses looked like they could be blown over by the wind at any time. After everyone built their own houses, they came to the center of the empty space surrounded by the houses and gathered together. Other than the people of the Shun clan, who looked relatively relaxed, the youths of the other 3 clans were all sweating profusely. After all, cutting down trees from thousands of meters away and bringing them to the hill to build houses in an hour was too short for them. A faint light shone from the Kirin bead on Chiyu's chest, and everyone's luggage appeared on the empty space. Chiyu said, "Take your luggage back. After an hour of rest, the training will officially begin. Everyone, gather with your respective team leaders and wait for my orders." Since they had just arrived, it was necessary to let them relax and pack their things first. Then they could start the real training. After Chiyu finished giving instructions, he went directly to Ruyue's room. The others also went back to their rooms. Within an hour, a small village had basically taken shape. "Chiyu, it's really beautiful here. Is this the ancient behemoth period?" Ruyue held Chiyu's hand. Although the room was built, the stone house was still empty. Chiyu hugged Ruyue and said, "This is the original ecology. Everything comes from nature and has not been destroyed by us humans. I also think that this place is very beautiful. The training is about to begin. Ruyue, you are the strongest among the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Therefore, in the course of the training, your responsibilities will be very heavy. I want you to work with me to supervise and protect everyone. Your team will be led by Snow Girl for the time being." Ruyue said, "I haven't asked you, But how do you plan to start the training after bringing everyone here? To be honest, the environment here is not bad, but I can't think of a way to train. Chi-Yu said, actually, even I haven't thought about it. However, to really improve your strength, it can't be achieved by just training. Only by constantly going through the baptism of actual combat can everyone become stronger. Not only can actual combat increase one's combat experience, but at the same time, under great pressure, it can also better stimulate everyone's potential. Chapter 219. Chi-Yu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Beasts? Not only do they have to face beasts, but they also have to face the harsh environment and divine beasts. Right now, the difference in strength between us Zodiac Guardian Warriors is still quite big. We have to get Mo Dan as soon as possible. Vol, Little E, Guanjing. That way, we will be able to display our true strength. You take a rest first. I'll go out and take a look. I'll be back in a while." Another hour passed. The previous construction of the houses was not good enough, but in this hour they had more or less been adjusted. The luggage of more than 100 people had also been packed into their own rooms. At the very least, from the looks of it, everyone felt that this was not a training session, but a vacation instead. They just didn't know where this vacation place was. However, they were also fascinated by the environment here. Everyone was punctual. When Chi-Yu once again appeared in the middle of the empty space in the temporary Zodiac warrior village, everyone was already waiting there. Chi-Yu said in a clear voice, "All right, from now on, the training begins. Ryu's team will temporarily follow the plant soul and Jita. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, each team leader will lead your team members and begin to climb the Kunlun mountain range. The Kunlun mountain range covers an extremely wide area. Your mission today is to climb over the first mountain. I won't restrict what you want to bring with you. However, every pair must separate when climbing the mountain. 2 teams are not allowed to climb together. Understood?" Understood. Everyone knew that the training was about to begin. At least from below, the Kunlun mountain range didn't seem too high. However, they didn't know that the Kunlun mountain range was shrouded in icy fog all year round. Even the outermost mountain was more than 4 kilometers above sea level. The geographical location of the Shengshao village was only about 1 kilometer above sea level, so it wasn't affected by the plateau's climate. Chi-Yu originally wanted Snow Girl to lead Ryu's team, but after a brief thought, he decided to let the Plant Soul and Jida lead the team, while Shangbing would join the weakest team, Guanjing, and lead the team together with Guanjing. 10 minutes later, Team 12, more than 130 people, set off quickly. The moment they set off, every young man was filled with confidence. They would only feel that this kind of training wasn't tough enough. Climbing a mountain was not difficult for people like them who had special abilities. Chi-Yu brought Snow Girl and Ryue to stand in the middle of Shengshao village, looking at the 12 black lines heading towards the mountain closest to them in the Kunlun mountain range. He couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. That smile seemed to carry a hint of cruelty. Ryue said, "What are they going to do after they climb to the top of the mountain? Aren't we following them?" Chi-Yu smiled and said, "There's no need. Let's start cultivating. I think at least for 3 days. They won't be able to come back. A 3,000-meter mountain might not be much, but this is the era of the ancient beasts. There are no roads for them to walk on. Moreover, will the process of climbing the mountain really be that peaceful?" I said that what they have to go through is not only the tiredness of climbing the mountain, but also the test of the environment and special changes. I'm afraid it won't be easy to climb to the top. As he said that, Chi-Yu had already sat down cross-legged. Although Ryue didn't quite understand what he meant, she still sat down with him. Cultivating beside Chi-Yu was definitely the best thing for her. Kirin's aura could fully stimulate the thundercloud force in her body, so the effect of cultivating was much better than cultivating alone. Snow Girl sat on the other side of Chi-Yu. Qi Yu activated his natural energy and finally returned to the era of the ancient beasts. He also began to cultivate his source of nature. In this environment, it wouldn't take long for his source of nature to return to its original peak state. They were both cultivating the source of nature. In the modern era, Qi Yu could only feel the natural energy in the air condensing towards him. But in the era of the ancient beasts, the clear green spots of light appeared again. The green spots of light condensed towards Qi Yu's body from all directions without any pattern. Each spot of light condensed a huge amount of natural energy. Snow Girl and Ryue, who were beside Qi Yu, naturally benefited greatly. Natural energy was an extremely gentle type of energy. It was difficult for anyone to deal with. Although they couldn't completely transform natural energy like Qi Yu, such an abundant energy atmosphere was still very beneficial to their cultivation. The natural energy in his body that had weakened due to exhaustion began to be most effectively replenished in this primitive world. Qi Yu was looking forward to his energy returning to its peak state as soon as possible and breaking through to the seventh cloud realm. When he arrived at the era of the ancient beasts, Wen Ting had fallen into a deep sleep again. Needless to say, he couldn't awaken Wen Ting's soul because he didn't have enough energy. Therefore, Qi Yu was extremely thirsty for power now. He also deeply felt that if he wanted to resurrect Wen Ting, he would probably have to rely on the natural energy, because that was the source of life energy. His life was successfully resurrected by relying on the huge natural energy of the Emperor's heart, Snow Lotus King. Since that was the case, Wen Ting also needed such energy. Therefore, although he had already experienced the benefits of cultivating the 4 types of thundercloud force in his previous cultivation after coming to this world, he decided to improve the energy of his source of nature first. This way, firstly, it would make it easier for his body to accept energy. Secondly, the increase in energy of the source of nature would also allow him to play a better supporting role in the cultivation of others. Even the goddess Athena needed the energy, so how could ordinary cultivators not need it? However, from the time Qi Yu started to wake up, it didn't take too long. Half an hour later, she retracted her energy and opened her eyes. Snow Girl and Ryue were still cultivating. Snow Girl was more affected by the natural energy, while Ryue benefited greatly from the dual influence of the natural energy and Kirin's aura. Although he couldn't see, Qi Yu's eyes were still looking in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The training had just begun. The energy in her body began to fluctuate rapidly under her control, and a faint green-gray light surrounded her body. A pair of black wings spread out from his back, and Qi Yu's feet touched the ground and rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the air about 100 meters above the ground. Qi Yu's departure also awakened Snow Girl and Ryue at the same time. After the 2 women converged their energy aura, they looked up at Qi Yu in the air. They saw Qi Yu floating in the air, and his body had been completely enveloped by the green-gray light. The energy fluctuations in the air became more and more intense. But this time it was not the fluctuation of the natural energy, but the source of the energy was the wind. With a smile, Qi Yu's eyes revealed a faint cold light, and the energy of the wind began to condense under his control. When the natural energy condensed, it was a green light spot, and when the wind energy condensed, it was an invisible wind blade. When these wind blades were cleverly combined under the control of Qi Yu's mental power, the invisible energy gradually became tangible. The formless energy gradually became tangible, and this tangible energy was cyan. When the energy condensed again, the cyan color increased to cyan gray, and the energy fluctuations became more and more intense. The black wings on his back retracted, and a green light lit up on Qi Yu's forehead. Then the huge shadow of Kirin on his body rose into the air. Kirin's energy seemed to seep out from his skin, and the huge energy fluctuations completely enveloped Qi Yu's body. This time, The shadow of Kirin that appeared was green, and the green color symbolized the wind Kirin in Kirin. The wind rose, and the air around Chiyu's body began to stir violently under the influence of the green-gray light. Every time it moved, the wind would become stronger. Soon, the huge wind began to condense, and the light of each wind gradually became stronger. The green-gray light gradually gathered into a huge whirlpool, completely enveloping Chiyu's body. Wind Kirin let out a low roar and completely integrated into the whirlpool. Chiyu's position was right in the center of the whirlpool. The faint light emitted from his body increased the energy of the wind to the limit. With a flash of light, Chiyu had already separated from the center of the whirlpool, and a green-gray tornado had already formed in the air. The blue sky became clearer, and under the agitation of the wind, not even a trace of cloud could stay nearby. The energy aura emitted from Chiyu's body became stronger. Although his body had already separated from the tornado, the entire tornado was completely under his mental power's control. He pointed with his right hand, and the wind moved. The tornado rose into the sky with the whistling energy, and Chiyu slowly floated down to the ground. He sat down cross-legged between Ryue and Snow Girl again. At this moment, his body had completely turned green. The violent fluctuation of the wind energy caused Snow Girl and Ryue to look at him in surprise. They didn't understand what he was doing. The huge green-gray tornado in the sky also began to spin more and more violently. Under the control of Chiyu's powerful mental power, the tornado began to quickly rise into the sky. As it rose, more wind energy in the air condensed towards it, causing the tornado to become bigger and bigger. Chiyu sat there cross-legged. The thundercloud force in his body gradually converged, and his mental power was completely released to control the tornado in the sky. Under his command, the tornado slowly moved in the direction of the Kunlun mountain range. This was not the skill that Kirin's thundercloud force had when he reached level 3. Instead, it was the hurricane tornado that Chiyu formed with the power of heaven and earth after he reached level 6. Although Ryue and Snow Girl, who were below, didn't really feel the horror of the tornado, in the center of the tornado, the wind had actually reached a terrifying level. The enormous energy aura moved rhythmically. Every time it moved, the air in the air would become more turbulent, and the size of the tornado continued to expand. Ryue asked in a low voice, "Chiyu, what are you doing?" Chiyu closed his eyes and said, "I'm creating some trouble for them. Unpredictable factors can appear at any time. The first obstacle they have to overcome today's training is the influence of the environment. If I'm not wrong, all 12 teams should have reached about 1/3 of the mountain now. At this time, even if they want to go down the mountain, it's too late. Under the effect of the tornado, it's not something that one person can resist alone. What they need now is teamwork. At the same time, under the pressure of the tornado, it's time for them to perform." After hearing Chiyu's words, Ryue and Snow Girl understood. Ryue said worriedly, "But can they really withstand such a huge tornado? Will there be any danger?" Chiyu shook his head and said, "Don't worry, my mental power is always following the 12 teams. Once there's danger, I'll stop the tornado. Do you want to see how they deal with the tornado? Come, sit beside me and give me your hands." Ryue and Snow Girl sat beside Chiyu at the same time and put their hands in front of Chiyu. Chiyu grabbed their little hands and operated his mental power. While controlling the tornado, he fused his mental power with the two girls' mental power, presenting everything he saw with the mind's eye to the two girls' minds. The 12 teams had set out for half an hour. Just as Chiyu had predicted, they were now close to 1/3 of the height of the first peak of the Kunlun mountain range. Of course, from their point of view, it seemed that they were about to reach the peak, because at this time they had already entered the area covered by ice and snow. Clouds floated above, and it seemed that only a small peak was covered. Due to the increase in altitude, the surrounding temperature began to drop a lot. Before coming here, it was still early autumn in the capital, so most of the clothes they wore were relatively thin. When they first came to this world, they didn't notice any problems. But now that they had reached the mountain covered by ice and snow, the cold air made them have no choice but to use their own energy to resist. The previous 1,000 meters of climbing did not consume too much of their physical strength. After all, although there was no road on the mountain, there were all kinds of plants growing on the mountain which could be used for climbing. Plus, the mountain was relatively flat. Therefore, the climbing was considered smooth. But now, as soon as they entered the area covered by ice and snow, they immediately felt different. There was no place to borrow strength, and the area covered by ice and snow became difficult to walk. Although it was not as slippery as ice, the obstruction of the snow and the steep mountain made their climbing speed greatly reduced. Wind suddenly appeared without warning. In the beginning, the wind was still very gentle, and the clouds at the top of the mountain began to slowly fluctuate under the effect of the wind. But soon, all the 12 teams realized that something was wrong, because the clouds at the top of the mountain had been blown away by the wind. The first thing they were shocked to see was that this mountain was actually so tall. They still had a long way to go to the top of the mountain. Then they saw the huge greenish-gray tornado at the top of the mountain. The blue sky was covered by the huge tornado, and the power of the wind became more and more obvious in front of them. The team led by Su Dong climbed the fastest. When he was choosing, he tried his best to choose the stronger members of the 4 major families, so he was very sensitive to energy. Suddenly, he saw the change at the top of the mountain. He immediately reacted and shouted, "Everyone be careful! Quick! Everyone gather together and come to my side. Everyone hold hands. Damn, what kind of weather is this? It was fine just now. Why did a tornado suddenly appear?" As he spoke, he waved his palms without hesitation. The powerful attack of the Zodiac Tiger Warrior was undoubtedly displayed with his swollen hands. With a loud bang, the mountain wall in front of him was covered in ice and snow. In an instant, a 1-meter deep, 3-meter wide pit was formed. Feeling the strong fluctuation of the wind in the air, Su Dong did not dare to be careless. Both of his palms struck out in a cycle, each strike bringing with it a loud bang. After a dozen strikes, even with his strength, he had to stop for a moment. Without hesitation, he called out to his teammates, "Quick, everyone come in." After all, the Zodiac Tiger Warrior's strength was very shocking. After more than a dozen consecutive strikes, a 1.5-meter deep pit with a radius of about 10 square meters immediately appeared on the mountain wall. However, the ice on Kunlun Mountain was even harder than the rocks of a country. So, at this time, Su Dong's palms were already aching from the impact. Most of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors had rich combat experience, so when they noticed the danger, they immediately responded accordingly. Just like Su Dong, the stronger Zodiac Warriors quickly searched for a strong terrain. Although they were confident that they would not be injured under the attack of the tornado, they could not guarantee that their teammates would be able to do the same. So, what they needed to do now was to try their best to prevent their teammates from being attacked by the weather. Ming Ming's method was very simple. Her iron wing technique was very effective. Although her strength had not fully recovered, she could still use the iron wing technique to dig a pit in the mountain wall. At this time, the ones who were suffering the most were the weaker Zodiac warriors. Vol, Yan Xiaoi, Mo Dan, and Guanjing were not strong enough to dig a pit in a short period of time. So, they could only pray for their own luck and gather with their teammates, hoping that they could use their combined strength to fight against the tornado in the sky. The light of the greenish-gray tornado disappeared and turned completely gray. The area it covered instantly expanded by several times, completely covering the entire mountain. The huge wind swept the entire mountain in an instant. For a moment, the layer of snow on the surface of the mountain was swept up by the tornado, forming a huge snow fog. With the surging wind, the fog revolved around the entire mountain. Although the tornado's attack power had decreased due to the expansion of its attack range, the cutting power contained in the wind was still there. The snowflakes mixed in the tornado were like small knives, sweeping every corner of the mountain. That indiscriminate attack caused the iceberg to reveal its true appearance. Not only did the tyrannical wind force sweep up the layer of snow on the surface, but at the same time, the knife-like cutting force also left marks of varying depths on the mountain peak. With the protection of the pit, the teammates of Su Dong, Ming Ming, and Guan Ping were also greatly affected, but under the protection of their energy, they were much better off. Although the young people of the four major families were still very poor in actual combat experience, in the face of such a huge crisis, they did not dare to hold back. They released their energy out of their bodies, forcibly protecting their bodies from being hurt by the external wind. At this time, the behavior of the young people of the four major families was different. The young people of the Shun family, who were unusually proud when they were building the houses, were now at a disadvantage. Their would attribute natural energy was the most vulnerable in the hurricane, but the young people of the Zhou family were much better off. Most of their metal attribute abilities could protect their bodies, minimizing the damage caused by the hurricane. Sometimes, when the wind blades in the hurricane attacked their bodies, they would even make a metallic sound. The hurricane did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, it became more and more intense. Although the relationship between the four major families was not very harmonious, in the face of the power of nature, the members of each team unconsciously cooperated with each other. The youths of the Zhou family selflessly used their bodies to shield their relatively weaker teammates, while the captains of each team also tried their best to push their energy to the maximum to protect their teammates. For a moment, everyone did their best to seek survival in this huge hurricane. Qi Yu's mental energy was tightly linked with the hurricane from beginning to end. He paid attention to all 12 teams, and as he watched the youths begin to cooperate and help each other resist the hurricane, the corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a faint smile. This hurricane was not only a test for them, but also a medium for the Zodiac Guardian Warriors to build a deep relationship with their teammates. These young people were not stupid. In the face of such a huge crisis, they all understood that only by cooperating with each other and combining their respective strengths could they resist the attack of the hurricane together. The principle of working together would benefit both sides gradually emerged in their hearts. Snow Girl and Ryue also saw all this through Qi Yu's spiritual power. They were deeply shocked by the hurricane that Qi Yu used. That was the power of a single person. It actually caused a crisis of hundreds of people. This kind of strength could only be described as terrifying. In fact, they did not know that although Qi Yu was very strong, it was impossible for him to display such a powerful attack. The reason why the hurricane could have such an effect was because of two reasons. Firstly, it was because Qi Yu's earth-wind thundercloud force had indeed reached a certain level. Secondly, it was because he made full use of the time, using his earth-wind thundercloud force as a medium to absorb a large amount of wind elemental energy molecules from the air. He was able to produce such a huge effect. If it was a real battle, how could the enemy give him such a chance? Such a huge wind. Qi Yu could only barely control its direction. As for a truly subtle attack, it was impossible. It was impossible for him to truly attack. Qi Yu, it's about time. Guan Jing and Mo Dan are almost at their limits. Ryue said anxiously. A captain with outstanding strength was indeed the best guardian for his teammates. After all, the strength of Mo Dan and Guan Jing was much weaker than that of the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Their strength was not much stronger than that of the youths of the four families. At this time, it was very difficult for them to even look after themselves, let alone protect their teammates. Fortunately, there were more youths of the Luo family in their two teams, so they could barely support themselves. Qi Yu smiled and said, "No, the pressure now is not enough. Just watch." As he said that, he began to use his spiritual power to adjust the hurricane. Not being able to control the hurricane didn't mean that there was no way. Qi Yu began to change the direction of the hurricane, from the original frontal attack to the other side. The entire hurricane began to tilt, and the center of attack moved toward Sudong and the other powerful Zodiac guardian warriors. On the other side, the pressure on Mo Dan and Guanjing was relatively less, and they had some time to breathe. With Qi Yu's control, the entire hurricane began to sway constantly. Every Zodiac guardian warrior could clearly feel that the attack of the hurricane was becoming stronger and weaker. When it was strong, they were almost unable to protect their teammates. However, when their energy was about to be broken, the center of attack of the hurricane shifted. Qi Yu constantly adjusted the hurricanes according to the combined strength of each Zodiac guardian god warrior and their teammates. He did his best to make the attacks of each team infinitely close to their limits. This way, these people who were in the midst of training were constantly fighting against their own limits, and the energy within their bodies was squeezed out as quickly as possible. The faces of the Zodiac guardian warriors had become very ugly. The hurricane didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. They knew that if it went on like this, even if they could protect themselves, their subordinates would probably be finished. At this critical moment, the first one to stand up was Sudong. Seeing that he couldn't resist the power of the hurricane with just defense, he began to launch a counterattack. After giving a simple order to his teammates, Sudong suddenly used his own attribute mutation. After the mutation, his whole body was covered with black and white hair, and tiger wings stretched out from his back. In an instant, his strength was raised to the limit. At this time, Sudong didn't dare to be careless. After completing the first stage of the mutation, he immediately raised his strength to the second stage. The tiger wings immediately grew again, and the hair on his body began to droop behind him. In an instant, Sudong's strength increased several-fold. With a deafening roar, he made his move. He flapped his tiger wings in the direction of the hurricane and soared into the air. With both hands in front of his chest, a huge fiery energy rose from his back. Under the attack of the biting cold hurricane, Sudong barely controlled his body to float in the air. The fiery energy behind him grew bigger and bigger with the support of milky white light spots that were constantly emitting from his body. At this time, Sudong's teammates had completely escaped from the hurricane under the protection of his energy. They were all gasping for breath, looking at the heroic posture of Sudong floating in the air. Sudong's attack finally began, and the great sun destroyer was displayed once again. These days, he hadn't been slacking at all. Compared to the time when he fought with Qi Yu, his thundercloud force had improved to a certain extent. A huge red light broke through the air, condensed into a huge energy wave, and directly shot towards the center of the hurricane vortex. Under the guidance of the Qi, under the guidance of Sudong's aura, Qi Yu, who was controlling the hurricane from afar, couldn't help but tremble. However, the smile on his face grew a little wider. Good, it seems that Sudong's strength has improved a lot. The hurricane was created by him, but at this time there was a certain distance between him and himself, so it wasn't easy to control it. Sudong's attack was equivalent to an indirect attack on Qi Yu. He controlled the intensity of the hurricane, using the huge wind energy in the hurricane to constantly weaken Sudong's attack. As soon as Sudong made his move, the other Zodiac guardian warriors also gradually understood. Guan Ping and Modi almost made their moves at the same time. Guan Ping had also reached the Six Clouds realm. Six Clouds was a huge bottleneck for the Zodiac guardian warriors to improve their strength. Although the gap between the Six Clouds and the Seven Clouds was still very big, to be able to complete the second stage of attribute mutation undoubtedly made a qualitative leap in the strength of the Zodiac guardian warriors. Both were of the fire attribute, but Guan Ping's attack was the complete opposite of his gentle appearance. The overbearing lion mastiff's power was raised to the limit by him, and a red light with a bit of golden light also broke through the air, supporting Sudong's attack towards the hurricane.